Hi. Hi. Hello. 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 Happy Friday. It is Friday. Yes, it is Friday. Bonk. Bonk today. Yeah, bonk. I think, the bonk might have jumped the gun a little bit, but, it's a unforgiving and cruel competition, so I'm gonna say that the bonk won. Yeah. Someone bonked me when I put the loading screen. Just when I put the loading screen on, someone bonked me. I wonder who it was. Well, I'll forgive you this time. I'll forgive you this time. No need to reveal yourself. But maybe next time I won't be so merciful. Hey, I hope everyone's doing well, and congrats for making it to Friday once again. I hope everyone's gonna have a really good weekend. I hope everyone has something fun or relaxing planned. It's been another rainy day, but I don't mind. It's fun. It's cozy. It's cozy. I'm probably gonna go bike riding again if the weather allows it. Yay. Well, we're gonna see. I haven't seen the forecast, so I have no idea. No idea. I should go do something walk or a bike ride, something like that. Wow. Frying delicious sausage. Oh. But today, yes, we are continuing Higurashi. Muscles hurt after exercise. Oh, well, that's a good sign. It means that it's working. Yeah. I tried to go to the beach with Doggo. Oh, we got rained on. Doggo was super cross over turning back. The wet dog smell. Wet dog smell. I'm gonna go to grilling. I'll have fun. Hopefully the weather holds up. So that the rain doesn't put out the fire. River. Boat riding in the river. I'm kind of afraid of thunderstorms, to be honest. My house got struck by lightning twice. Which, you think about it, it's not that strange, but still, it's strange it happened twice. Yeah, don't they say that the lightning never strikes one place twice? But I'm not sure if that's scientific or it's just a legend. We had, yeah, there was thundering last night. It was quite loud. It was a little bit scary. Spray Ronia with water. No, don't. No need to. No need. I am clean. I'm clean. No need to. Have you had anything nice to eat today? I got some grocery store sushi. It's surprisingly good. I decided to indulge a little bit because it's Friday. K-Market sushi? Something like that, yeah. Or Ass Market sushi. One of them, one of the other. One of the other. But it's really good. At least the one near me, the store near me has pretty good sushi for the price. They can vary. They can vary a lot for the Lidl sushi. I've never had sushi from Lidl. I don't really I don't really. The Lidl is not really convenient to me at the moment. There's other stores that are closer by, so I don't really go to Lidl that often. Sometimes they might put like some packages there, but other than that, I don't really go to Lidl. It's really cheap though, so it makes sense. I didn't really think about Lidl had sushi. It's been a minute since I've been to Lidl. Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna continue Higurashi. Last time was pretty scary. It was pretty hardcore. It was pretty violent. I would have realized, if I were remembered, I would have put some kind of warning in there, but I think this time would it be as, or I'm not sure, because it's the first time I'm reading it. I'm not sure how much it differs from the anime. So yeah. Market sushi comes with bonus weight loss tapeworms. Worms? Protein, I guess. Culinary tale, yes. So yeah, we're gonna see what's gonna happen. Also, tomorrow we're gonna be playing Portal, the first Portal. Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna be same time as today, and let's just jump into it. I'm excited to see what's gonna happen. Also, let me. Oh, by the way, Davins too. Thank you so much for 12 months. Thank you. Run your box shake. Thank you for 1 year. 1 year. Thank you very much for sticking around, and everyone else too. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you. Also, before I start the game, there was a little request last time. There was a request that I would show the anime opening of Higurashi. Even if I'm not here too often, it's well deserved. Thank you. I'm really grateful that you feel that way. Thank you. And also, of course, yes. Life is life. And sometimes there's no time, and it's fine. Remembered, of course. Like I love. I love the opening. So if I have a a reason to show it, like of course I'm gonna show it. Here I go. I'm gonna get an urge to continue marathoning the anime. Eiko Shimamiya, let's go, yes. Maybe I should put it like blah! On my face. The first Higurashi anime OP is pretty good. Nice mystery and impending violence. Yes. I said before that I like as an OP. I don't know, the second opening is really iconic, and I love it as well. But it's more like emotional, and this one is more like creepy and mysterious. Let me ask on this my. So I think it sets the tone really well. Okay. Let's see. Yeah! Honey, hare, hare! Yeah! Food classic. Ah! Sorry. Yeah, this is you cannot skip this opening. I don't know. There's I wish I knew more about like music theory and whatnot, but I don't know, there's something about that, you know, that rhythm, that do 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 do. And I don't know, every part just, you know, especially every part just goes with the music so well. Ether is online, thank you. Like especially this part. Especially I love the way she's like walking so like ominously at the with the beat. Extremely powerful composition, real pro stuff. Yeah. Second part has spoilers from the part we're reading. There is something that's not supposed to be known yet. Yet the call and response, yeah. Yeah, really beautiful. Really beautiful. I think we should have anime openings right before we wake up to bump us up for life. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good variation in the rhythm. Yeah. 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 And then let me see. Let me say something real quick. Whoops. Let me. Yeah, I'm not sure. I was just checking. I was like scrolling quickly the other opening. There's a okay, I can say that there's a character that's pretty important that shows up later, and even like seeing her is a bit of a spoiler. So so yeah. Yeah, but the second opening is really good as well. Maybe it would grow on me if I watch the anime. I think that's the case also. The dreaded orange Oni. Yes. Yes, it was me all along. What?
Could you please tell me what sound a cat makes?
What sound a cat makes? Meow? Meow? Or meow? Meow? Or meow? Or or cats make a lot of sounds. Meow. Meow. What's the most common sound baby makes? I think like a like a small or when she wants food. Yeah. Yeah. She only really meows, like full-on meows, if she wants food. Otherwise, she's like... like that. I wish I could know what she like actually says. We understand each other despite the language barrier. But still there is still a language barrier. But can't be helped. Okay. There we go. The Higurashi are crying. No, stop! Don't cry. Don't cry. Hi Ronnie, hi. Ooh, I'm an Higurashi, ooh. I think it's funny that they don't translate the Higurashi even though the title is When Cicadas Cry. Yeah, it's a little... I don't know. Yeah, that's true. Or it's like Higurashi. Higurashi. When they... Yeah, but Higurashi when they cry. It's like the they. Who is they? That be cute. Cute. Yeah, continue. End of chapter 7. Water. Load. Yes. Continue. I let out a great big yawn. Every time I've noticed that every time I like pretend to yawn, when I try to like voice act this stuff, I always end up yawning for real. So I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Higurashi when he yawns. Or, I'm gonna try. Oh, I got some of you. It almost got me as well, but I maybe I thought about it too much. Yeah, just thinking about yawning is enough to yawn. That's interesting. How is that? Why is that? Maybe there's some kind of because cats or like animals yawn sometimes to calm each other down. So maybe it's some kind of psychological thing going on. Okay. It was like morning had arrived just as I got to sleep. Sympathetic? Yeah, sympathetic response, yeah. Yeah, actually, I thought I could have the window like this, but maybe I'm gonna have it like this, after all. I don't like how it looks. As mom set up breakfast, she gave me a pained smile.
どうしたのケイチ。ゆうべは何時に寝たの
12時には寝たつもりだけど、昨日はなんだか寝つきが悪くてさ。
I don't blame you.
お祭りではしゃぎすぎて興奮して眠れなかったんでしょ。
Yeah.
違うよ。
I crunched down hard on the pickled radish to hide my embarrassment. Pickled radish? Huh? After all that happened yesterday and our discussion about the sound Shion heard, that banging noise like a child far away, jumping up and down on a wooden floor, the story wouldn't get out of my head, so I had trouble sleeping. It was a long night. I kept jumping at the slight sounds of a faraway tree branches, which should have been either unhearable or too insignificant to notice. When I woke up to the morning sunlight and birds chirping, it made me feel pretty ashamed about it, but I felt far from refreshed this morning.
Keiichi-kun! Ohayo!
Ah! Good morning! Ah!
ケイチくん目が真っ赤だよ。どうしてだろう
おはよ
う。Well, probably the lack of sleep or allergies.
どういうわけか寝つきが悪くてな。
Yeah.
そんなわけで今日は寝不足だ。
Don't yawn! Don't yawn! Oh no.
昨日のお祭りは楽しかったね。レナも興奮がなかなか冷めなくてなかなか寝れなかったんだよ。
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, stop. Everyone's gonna yawn again. In Rena's case, her excitement seems to still be wide awake.
こういうお祭りが何度もあればいいのにね。またみんなで大盛り上がり。はう。
Oh! But you can have fun every day.
そうだな。
I love that I'm jumping right in the middle of these streams and only have the anime from 10 years ago as context. Well, that's still context. I guess a lot of people have checked these streams out with like no context. Is it still fun if you have it every day? It's a good point. Probably not. It would probably get tiring. Like, please, no more parties. No. The inside of the ritual storehouse had been so utterly different from the relaxed, bright, everyday life of Hinamizawa. All those stories that Takano-san told me too. The mysterious incidents that occurred on the day of the Watanagashi festival every year. The strange incidents where one person would die and one would disappear. The old stories of Hinamizawa flickering like a candle behind them. The numerous and horrifying traditions of the Onigabuchi village. The villagers with demon blood in them. The terrible cannibalistic feasts. The poor sacrifices kidnapped from human villages, victims of the Onikakushi. To quell the rage of Oyashiro-sama, the ritual involving living sacrifices. There were also many others. There were so many stories that just remembering them put me in a foul mood. Most of them weren't fiction either. They were true. We didn't need to fear them just because they were true though. Real though. Since it all happened so long ago. Such a very long time ago.
みーちゃん遅いね。
Before I realized we had arrived at the place where we'd usually meet with Mion. Probably because I was so lost in
こ
thought.
の時間になっても来ないときは先に行ってもいい約束になってるんだけど。どうする？
Mion being late wasn't too rare of an occurrence, but today she was unusually late. A few of the ominous tales from the night before came back to life in my mind again. Who would die this year, and who would disappear? It couldn't have been Mion.
どうするかな、ケイチくん。もう行かないと遅刻になっちゃうかも。
来るよ。学校休むって電話があったわけじゃないだろ。もう5分待ってみようぜ。な。
Rena looked at her watch and seemed a little worried, but then she nodded with a satisfied smile. If we had to wait 5 minutes, we have to run as fast as we could to school or we'd be late. As soon as I thought that, we spotted Mion running towards us out of breath.
みーちゃん、遅い遅い。
You made it though.
待っててくれたわけ？先に行っちゃってもよかったのに。
No, nonsense. Mion was breathing heavily and her face was still all red. Her house was right down this road, wasn't it? It wasn't far enough away to her and to end up like this, wasn't it?
みーちゃん、ひょっとして具合悪くない？
Huh? Now that she mentioned it. Rena pushed Mion's bangs away and put her hand on her forehead.
レナの手、冷たいな。
みーちゃん、ちょっとだけど熱あるよ。
そんな大したことないよ。半日もすればケロッと治っちゃうって。
本当に大丈夫かよ。
Really?
あんまり無理するなよ。
あれ？ケイちゃん、気遣ってくれるの？
Or like, running like that is not good if you have a fever.
嬉しいな。
That answer wasn't like Mion at all. She must have had it pretty bad.
無理しない方がいいと思うな。先生にはお休みだって伝えとくよ。
大丈夫大丈夫。風邪薬も飲んだし、すぐに効いてくると思うから。
Huh? Mion forced an energetic expression onto her face and flexed her biceps at us. Wow.
じゃあ行こうか。くれぐれも無理するなよって言いながら時間。
走らないと間に合わない。
Dun 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 dun
スリリングな
dun
後
dun
になっちゃ
dun
った
dun
ね。
dun.
鈍った体にはちょうどいいカツかもね。走ろ。
If you say so. Hey, wait! You're sick! Don't go overboard! Mion began to run vigorously anyway. Goodness, this
みーちゃんなんて
artwork.
最上級生だよ。
It is art. It is art. Mi-chan is older than us, right?
自分の体のことは自分で一番よくわかってるよ。
She's not that much older, right? I still can't remember the ages, and I've forgotten to check. They did make a minifigure set based on his art. I would love to have a Higurashi figure. I'm not sure which one I should get. I would get either Rika or Rena. I just decided to leave it at that. I assume she was
よし
fine.
俺たちも行こうぜ
Great, then we should get going too. We began to run after Mion. Only one? Well... At least one. At least one. My... Evil? Evil? She's not evil. She's a good girl. Bum 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 ba bum. The school looked the same as always. The hours passed listlessly and my lack of sleep took its toll. If there was a sport where people competed by sleeping, I'd be a world champion right now. Why is there not? Competitive sleeping. Hey, get on it. Get on it, people. The trick to overcoming this sort of dangerous situation was to hold your pencil upside down. Why, you ask? So you don't draw strange patterns all over your notes while half asleep. If you were holding your pencil upside down, that wouldn't happen, would it? Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Something that felt like an eraser hit me in the head 6 times.
いてててて何しやがるサトゴ
私は何もしてないでございますわ。
お前以外にこんないたずら誰がするんだよあ、消しゴムじゃなくてチョークかえ
Teacher? Yay. Behind me, like a female outlaw might hold scissors, was the teacher's shadow, holding 3 pieces of chalk in each hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Oh, like between her... between her fingers? Oh.
前原くん、
Blah, blah, blah.
お顔を洗ってらっしゃい。
はい喜んで
Me. That alone was enough to wake me up. But I flew out into the hallway, as if shoved by a pressure exuded by the teacher's sheer power. If I was going to wash my face anyway, then I would rather use the sinks out front rather than the ones in the dark restroom. Thinking that, I left the hallway and went to the entrance. The sunlight was strong. So strong you wouldn't think it was June. Oh, June, ah. I turned the faucet with a lifeless bubbling noise. Lukewarm water came pouring out. We're a little late, but it's the summer. It's still summer. If I let it run for a few moments, would it get cold? I looked at it absent-mindedly for a little while.
やっぱケイちゃんはこっちの流しを選んだか。表の方が気分いいもんね。
ミオンか 授業サボるなよな
Stop yawning. Oh no. It got me. It got me this time. I stuck my hands into the water to find it had gotten so cold that it seemed strange it had ever been warm. I scooped it out and splashed it against my face. Once I was done, I moved out the way and Mion did the same.
ミオン具合の方はいいのかよ眠いのは寝不足じゃなくて薬の副作用なんだろ
実は内緒なんだけど、昨日はお祭りの後で親族の宴会に巻き込まれちゃってさ。それで実はエンドレスに突入しちゃって。
I never remember the names. Which number is this arc? That's the second arc. The second one. Yeah. You had a bit? Huh? She made a gesture like she was tilting a cup into her mouth. Which means you didn't have a cold or anything.
つまり本当に寝不足なのかよ。徹夜明けならそうと言え紛らわしい。
That's nothing that nothing you should ask of a lady.
勘弁してよ。体調が悪いのは本当なんだからさ。
I suppose she'd be feeling lousy either way. Still, you treat colds and hangovers in completely different
心
ways.
配して損したぞ。たくミオンらしいというかなんというか。
Mia scratched her head a little embarrassed. She didn't seem to be feeling well, but now that I knew it was a hangover, I didn't need to worry too much. It will go away with time after all.
でも頭がガンガンするのは本当。だからさっき先生に早退していいって言われちゃった。
あ、ずるいやつ。じゃあミオンはもうこれで帰りなのか？
Now that I looked again, Mion had her bag with her, so she must have been on the way home.
申し訳ないけどね。今日は家でおとなしく寝させてもらうわ。部活できなくて申し
Good
訳ないね。
girl, good girl.
今日はケイちゃんがリーダーってことでやってくれない？
多分無理だと思うぜ。俺たち部活は全員揃った時しかやらないっていう暗黙の了解があるだろう。ミオンがバイトに行ってる時はいつもそのままお開きだったんだぜ。
True. Mion laughed wryly, saying we didn't need to worry about her. No matter how much fun we have, though, I think that feeling guilty about friends who can't share in it is the sign of a really fantastic friendship. In that case, in that sense, the club Mion has created is a wonderful thing. As I thought about it, the moisture of my washed face dried up. I suppose we were talking too much. If I didn't get back to the classroom soon, I would get in trouble.
じゃあな。俺は教室に戻るぜ。帰りは気をつけろよ。
Oh no, no, it's no, it's all coming out.
ふらふらして側溝や用水路に落ちるなよ。
I left it at that, turned around and started heading back to the classroom.
そうそう、ケイちゃん。
Mion stopped me and I turned my head to listen.
なんだ？
変なこと聞くけど深く考えないで答えてね。
そりゃ内容によりけりだな。
昨日の綿流しの晩さ、富武さんと高野さんに会わなかった？
That's not a cute musical cue. I suddenly tensed up.
富武さんと高野さんはわかるよね。ほらケイちゃん、お祭りの前日準備の時、シオンと一緒に4人でお話ししてたでしょ？
If I could, I wanted to forget about sneaking into the storehouse that night as soon as possible. So hearing the names of the people I was with at the time really got to me. Besides that, though, why was Mion asking me a question like that? I ended up staring at her, unable to answer immediately. Was she asking to see if I had seen them or not? Or was she asking the question knowing that I had? I couldn't tell.
さあ、どうかな。あった
Maybe?
ような、合わなかったような。
My vague response was clearly not to Mion's liking. What answer was she expecting from me? There was no way for me to know.
そう。じゃあ
Yeah.
もう一つ質問ね。同じく夕べ、シオンに会わなかった？
Maybe. 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 My heart leapt into my throat again. The tiny needles buried underneath Mion's words pricked into me.
それ昨日も聞いたよな。俺会ったかどうかわからないって答えたと思ったぜ。
そうだっけ？また改めて聞いたら違う答えが返ってくるかなって思ってさ。
I suddenly noticed something in Mion's eyes. Something indescribable. Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Shion too. She was asking me about them. There was no doubt about it. Last night, the four of us snuck into that ritual storehouse. She knew everything. So what? There's not really a curse anyway. That's right. Even Shion and Takano-san said yesterday during the festival that there was no curse. And rather than a curse, it was the doing of the villagers. My blood curdled. Mion was, almost without a doubt, aware that we snuck into the storehouse. There was nothing strange. I screwed up a bad flipping on the light switch last night. If Mion had been searching for me, it was simple to imagine that she had seen that momentary light and come to find out what was going on.
本当に会ってないんだね。
どうして会ったかどうかをそんなに気にするんだよ。
大したことじゃないの。富武さんと高野さんとシオンとケイちゃんをね、悪く言ってる人たちがいるの。何が悪いんだかはよく聞いてないんだけどね。
Oh no. Unpleasant sweat dripped down my arms, and the sound of it hanging from my fingertips was so annoyingly loud.
私、ケイちゃんが悪いことをするなんて信じてないから。でも、ちょっとだけ聞いてみたかったから聞いてみたの。不愉快な思いをさせてごめんね。
I found myself unable to reply. My reaction must have made it obvious what the truth was, and yet I couldn't explain myself.
ケイちゃんは、富武さんとも高野さんとも、そしてシオンとも一緒じゃなかった。そうだよね。
Yeah. I finally wrung out an answer between ragged breaths. Mion's expression softened a little.
よかった。私言っとくね。ケイちゃんは何にも悪いことには加わってないって。みんなにちゃんと言っておくからね。
Thank you. Yeah, please do. Tell them I wasn't doing anything bad. To everyone. Like, sure. Everyone. Who is everyone?
じゃあね。明日は元気になってるから。
Please don't sacrifice me.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Wait, Mion. What do you mean by everyone? Just then, a freezing cold hand touched the back of my neck. Ah!
遅いですよ、前原くん。顔を洗うだけなのに時間がかかりすぎです。
It was the teacher. I was taking so long she came out to get me.
すみません。ついミオンとおしゃべりを。
I turned around, but Mion had crossed through the schoolyard without me realizing it, and was now standing at the gate.
さあ、お勉強に戻りますよ。早く。
Time to learn! The teacher was being insistent. We returned to the entrance. I looked back one more time and Mion was nowhere in sight.
ずっと元気がないのです。昨日大はしゃぎしすぎたからに違いありませんわ。
迷子になって目を真っ赤にさせて半泣きしてたやつに言われたくねえ。
ゆうべのさとこちゃん、可愛かったよ。はう。
She's not normally cute, you say? At first did their best to try and cheer me up, but it didn't lighten my mood. Was it far worse than I thought? Had I really done something terrible last night? These thoughts remain with me for the rest of the day.
じゃあね、ケイチくん。また明日ね。
By the time I realized it, I was in front of my own house.
みーちゃんも風邪だったみたいだけど、ひょっとしてケイチくんもなのかな
え、大丈夫だよ。こう見えても風邪で休んだことはないんだぜ。
Never!
でも、みー
Never?
ちゃんもケイチくんも、今日は具合が悪そうだし。
気にしてくれてありがとな。大丈夫。バカは風邪ひかないんだぜ。
Oh, that's why. That's why you've never. Rena smiled, then waved to me and left. Whew! With my shoulders bobbing up and down from breathing heavily, I entered the house. As soon as I got back in, Mom called out to me.
何？
ケイチ、悪いんだけど図書館に行って本を返してきてくれない？
はい。
めんどくさいな。
お父さんも母さんも今ね、ちょっと電話待ちをしてるところで家を開けられないの。返却期限も今日までだし、お願いできない？
Sheesh. Did it have to do with Dad's job? No point in arguing if they bring that
仕
up.
方ないな。でも俺、図書館がどこにあるか知らないよ。
あら、知らないの？沖宮の駅前をちょっと進んで。
Ah. Just then the phone rang. My parents' faces immediately turned grim. Mom snatched up the receiver.
もしもし、前原です。はい？はい、おりますけど。
Then she thrust the receiver at my
ケイチに
face.
電話よ。
はい。
早めに終わらせてね。
I tried to ask who it was from, but asking the person on the phone directly would be
もし
faster.
もし。
園崎の妹の方です。
Shion!
こんにちは。今
Ah,
はお時間大丈夫ですか？
it was Shion. The older sister had a hangover today, but the younger made no reference to
シオン
it.
か。ミオンと同じで、今日は徹夜明けで寝込んでるんじゃないかと思ったぜ。
Eh?
それじゃあおね、今日はずる休みですか？おねらしい。
It is? She laughed warmly, but Mom glared at me, sadly telling me to finish
ちょ
up.
っと、ごめんな。ちょっと親が電話待ちをしてるんで、そんなに長話はできないんだ。何の用だ？
お話ししたいことがあったんですけど、長電話が無理じゃ仕方ないですね。
We meet at the station? She sounded a little disappointed. What was Shion what to talk to me about? Now I was
じゃ
interested.
あさ、会って話をしないか？ついでに図書館にも案内してもらえるとありがたい。
図書館って駅前の私立図書館ですか？ 別にいいですよ。バイトのついでってことで。
じゃあいつもミオンと待ち合わせてる場所わかるか？園崎家の小道に分かれる分岐の。
あ、ケイちゃん言ってませんでしたっけ？私本家じゃなくて沖宮の家に住んでるんですよ。だから待ち合わせ場所は沖宮駅の改札前なんかにしてくれた方が嬉しいんですけど。
Ah, main house. Living in Ukinomiya? Now that she mentioned it, it always seemed like the Sonosaki sisters were communicating. Did they live in different houses? It was established before, didn't it? Yeah, they... Mion said it. Mion said it. Also, now that she mentioned it, Rena said she'd never met the younger sister, despite coming over to play sometimes.
じゃあ駅に集合な。すぐに行くよ。
He forgot.
じゃあ
He forgot. I set the receiver down and Mom immediately thrust a large part of library books in my face. 6 volumes of long-form mystery novels. Mom had her own hobbies.
ケイチ、よろしくね。お夕飯までには帰るのよ。
じゃあ行ってくれよ。
I suppose I changed my clothes and grabbed my bike key. I climbed the stairs to my bedroom. Bam, ba-dum, bam, bam. Ah, they're here. We teleported. Shion had been waiting for me already, so meeting up was a smooth process.
ミオンと違ってシオンは待ち合わせ時間を守るな。しみじみ。
おねを標準にされるといろいろと困ります。
Shion seemed a little unsteady too. She was drinking with Mion last night, wasn't she?
お前も夕べは寝てないんだろ。隠しても無駄だぞ。で、学校を早退したに違いない。
残念でした。私はそもそも今日はずる休みしてますので。私、おねより容量いいですから。
You are, huh? Hey, don't think you can call playing hokey smarter.
じゃあ、先に用事を片付けます？時間もそんなにないですから。図書館へ行くんですよね。
Fiona's the smugest face. They're very smug. Well, they're both pretty smug.
頼むよ。お袋の借りてる本の返却期限が今日までらしいんで。図書館は遠いのか？
すぐ近くですよ。
As she said that, we spotted the signboard from the library almost immediately. It was this easy to find, and I guess I didn't need Shion to show me where it was after all. We rode around a bend and the building was right there. Ah! Shishibone Public Library. We lived in the country, so I hadn't expected much, but it was pretty big. The first floor was actually a government office, so the library was only on the second floor. But it still looked large enough to fit a decent collection of books. Ah, where's her face? Where's her face? We passed through the automatic doors and were greeted by the cool breeze of an air curtain. The cicadas had been loud, crying loud outside, but it was quiet inside the library. The air conditioning inside was keeping the temperature at an ideal level for the books. We'd had that mildewy smell unique to old paper.
どこの図書館も似たようなもんだな。
If there was one difference, it was that people studying for tests were taking up all the seats. I was one of those people, but now that seemed like a distant memory.
すみません、返却に来ました。
The librarian went through the process of checking them in and then returned my mom's library card. She was going around the bookshelves with a deeply interested look in her face, like she wasn't the type who went to libraries very often.
悪いな、お待たせ。終わったよ。
図書館って涼しくていいところですね。
They are.
将来は図書館で働きたいです。
Well, that would be fun.
地味というか堅実というか、姉と比べると随分とささやかな希望だな。
Mia would definitely want to be a hardworking employee for an international trading company or some other crazy job that involved her running all around the world. Compared to that, what Shion said is pretty heartwarming.
まあ、互いの持ち味を大切にしたいですよね。私たち分身じゃなくてシオンとミオンというちゃんとした個人なんですから。
双子は双子なりにいろいろと考えてるんだな。 でも楽しそうだよな。俺には兄弟はいないから、うちには俺以外は親しかいない。窮屈なもんだよ。
Yeah.
私だってそうです。お姉とは一緒に住んでるわけじゃないですから。
Alright, she said something like that, didn't she? Why though? Sisters living apart is unusual. We were getting tired of talking while we were walking. We ended up going to the lounge area, which was vacant, and continuing the conversation. Good old use. Yeah, Photoshop filters to make it look slightly different from a normal photo trick. Yeah, I think this looks pretty. I've seen this kind of filter in Photoshop. Yeah.
え、
うん
お姉は本家に、私は沖宮の家に住んでるんです。
Mm-hmm.
本家ってなんだ？随分と立派な響きがあるけどな。
本家は本家です。園崎家の本家。
Honke.
お姉は跡取りだから、バッチャと一緒に住んで、いろいろと当主としての修行をさせられてるみたいです。
Ah. Mion. The head of the family. It kind of fit her personality, but kind of didn't too.
ケイちゃんは引っ越してきたばかりでしたよね。
Honk.
自分で言うのもなんですけど、園崎家ってここいらじゃ結構名士なんですよ。
Ah.
本当かよ。
The word personage didn't really match the extremely sociable air that Mion and Shion gave off. From what Shion explained, the Sonosaki family goes way back to the beginnings of Hinamizawa. After the war, they had a bunch of successful ventures and extended their influence to a wide area.
園崎家はですね、親族全体で助け合う土壌があるんです。
Ah.
今の当主のバッチャが築き上げたんですけどね。
Ah. The entire family would provide backup to help one relative with a business venture. They were like a huge living company. This let them avoid tax-related problems and help relatives venture succeed, one after another, using large amounts of money. Why does that sound a little shady? That sounds a little shady, huh? Huh.
沖宮の街を歩くことがあったら、
Oh, yeah, you know.
看板とかを意識してみてください。
Ah.
園崎の親族が経営しているお店ってとても多いんですよ。
言われてみれば、例のおもちゃ屋も親類の人が経営してるみたいだったな。そういえばエンジェルモートも親類の人が経営してるんじゃないのか？
Even what few shops I was familiar with were involved with the Sonosaki family. It was definitely surprising.
特に金融不動産関係は強いですね。あと商工会議所の役員も何割かは園崎姓かその親類がついてます。沖宮一帯を評伝に市議会議員と県議会議員にも園崎がいますし。
ちょっと待て。
ちょっと待って。
なんだかすごい話になってきたぞ。
Her relatives operate shops in downtown Okinomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate. On top of that, a lot of those in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even people elected to local
ひょっ
offices.
として園崎家ってこの辺り一帯じゃすごいんじゃ。
Huh.
ねえ。
Ah! Yay! He's here! He's here! Everyone's favorite. Where'd you come from? All of a sudden, a cigarette-smoking, overweight old man interrupted our conversation. Wait, I know this guy.
どうも。
どうも。
こんにちは。今日
Hi.
はデートですかな？ 羨ましいですね。
そうだと思ったら邪魔しないでほしかったですね。
Yeah, local politicians and bureaucrats in our pocket. And as he totally load the legitimate business and have business.
おいさん。
Oishi-san. That was it. He was Oishi-san and a police officer. Mr. Delicious. That sounds like a stage name. I thought it was this person who came to my rescue when I got involved with those delinquents before. Now that I thought about it, Mion didn't seem to like him very much.
いえいえ、すみません。知ってる声が聞こえてきたのでついつい。
Oishi-san laughed coarsely, not showing any sign of giving up. As Shion watched him do so, I didn't feel the same sense of malice from her as I had from Mion.
前原さんでしたよね。
Isn't Oishi and not Oishi? Yeah, but it's it's still very similar.
あなたもタフな人ですね。園崎姉妹を二股かけるなんて。
No. Oishi's a common name that would mean a large rock. Well, it's perfect. It's perfect. He is large. Like a rock.
いや、そんな二股だなんて。
Well, I turned around to look at Shion and plead for help, but she grinned and maintained her silence. Her gaze wandered. She looked at the clock.
あ、ごめんなさい、ケイちゃん。私、もうバイトの時間なんです。
What did you need to talk about?
そうなのか？
Hey, didn't Shion have something to talk about today? Yeah. Now that this weird man is here, though.
また今度。
This old, this overweight, middle-aged man is here. Totally ruined the mood.
バイトが終わったら電話します。夜なら電話大丈夫ですよね。
ああ、大丈夫だと思う。
Big rock.
じゃあ今夜電話しますのでその時に。じゃあ。
Bye. Shion left so fast he was practically running. Oishi-san was waving at me. At me? With a grin? I felt like I had been left here as a bait so she could run away. Maybe she was lying about having to go to work.
園崎のご令嬢とこれだけ親しくできるなんて、前原さんもなかなかの大物ですね。私も口の聞き方を改めた方がいいかもしれません。
You should. You should. Otherwise, you're gonna wear the concrete shoes soon. You're gonna take a walk in the bottom of the sea. Yeah. Oishi-san put a coin in the vending machine as he said something a bit appalling.
アイスティーでいいですか？ミルクは入れます？
What?
あ、いえ。
じゃあ入れますよ。はいどうぞ。
Thank you. He handed me a cup of tea, filled to the brim with ice, as I looked on absent-mindedly. Why does he so condescending when I ask for milk? Or do you want milk in your coffee like a little baby you are? I think I'm obligated to have a guy like this buy me a drink, but He did get it for me, so I'll thank him. Was Oishi-san just killing time? We didn't know each other well, but he still engaged me in conversation about all sorts of dumb things. When I thought back to how I talked with Shion, this seemed like a total disaster.
前原さんは園崎さんのことをどれくらいご存知で？
How do you hear the cicadas inside? And maybe the... Why would the window be open? I was about to say maybe the window is open. But if they have air conditioning, why would they have... They're in the walls! Ah! Maybe they want to read as well. Who said that only humans can read? How much do you know about
さっき
Sonosaki-san?
聞いた以上のことは何も。
Excuse me. Until then, I haven't known anything about either Mion or Shion other than the fact that they were interesting. And also, I love that they they started just when just like an interesting, important conversation starts. But really, they'd only just learned that she was the daughter of some prestigious family.
園崎家はこの地域一帯を牛耳ってるヤクザ屋さんです。
Oh, he just said it. He just said it. He just came out and said it.
ちなみに彼女のお父さんは関東でも有名なヤクザの大幹部さんです。
The XX? The XX? Higurashi. Sound of the Higurashi is played whenever a serious plot point comes up. Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice little cue. Like, oh, pay attention. Pay attention now. This is important.
ご存知でした？
大幹部って。
シオンさんのご自宅をご存知ないんですか？高い塀に有刺鉄線と監視カメラで守られた典型的なヤクザの組長宅ですよ。今度ぜひ遊びに行ってみてください。
She'd mentioned Mion being a successor, but to a Yakuza group.
いえ、まさか。園崎ミオンさんが継ぐのはそんなちんけなヤクザ組織だけじゃありません。彼女が継ぐのは園崎家そのものですよ。
Family
そ
itself?
のあたりの意味、ちょっと噛み締めていただけますかな。
Oishi-san had spoken lightly about all this from the start to finish, but what he was saying wasn't light in the least. It was abrupt and unbelievable.
ミオンさんがその気になれば、往来の真ん中で人殺しをしたってもみ消せちゃうかもしれないんですよ。証人は現れないだろうし、警察にだって圧力をかけられますし。
はい。
ミオンは人殺しなんかしないぞ。
しません、ものの例えですよ。
You
大石
better.
さんでしたっけ？
Big
名前。
Rock. Big Rock.
ねえ、そうです。
The Rock.
大石さん、ミオンの家が何だろうと、ミオンは俺の誇れる最高の友人です。それをあまりけなすような言い方、好きになれないですね。
I let my quiet anger show through my gaze as I stared at him. Of course, I could never seem to tell what he was thinking, so I didn't know if it had any effect.
ではざっくばらんに、そのミオンさんにいくつかの事件の嫌疑がかかっているとしたらどう思います？
Suspected incidents? You can't just say terrible stuff like that on a whim.
何かの誤解に決まってるじゃないですか。ミオンは物騒なことを言うやつだけど、そんな悪いことをするようなやつじゃない。
前原さん、 お静かにお静かに。
We're in a library.
図書館で
Yeah,
す。
we're in a library. I looked his name's Kanji up and his real name is for real. Big Rock. Big Rock. Big Rock. That's it. It's Big Rock. We're in the lounge of a library. It's a little different, but so Oshi-san shushed me. But in a state of heightened excitement as I was, I wouldn't be calm so easily.
落ち着いてください。さっきも申し上げました通り、園崎家はいい意味でも悪い意味でもこの辺り一帯で強い力を持っているんです。ですからちょっと何かあるとすぐに疑いがかかってしまう。そのあたりをご理解いただきたいのですよ。
Well, I know what Big Rock's trying to say. Combining with what Shion told me before, the Sonozaki family is huge and controls everything from Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. Mion, meanwhile, is its successor, who apparently holds strong influence over the entire family. Still, that's all? That's the only reason they're suspecting her?
ですから私だって仕事で仕方なくやってるんです。ミオンさんを疑うためでなく、ミオンさんの疑いを晴らすために捜査をしている。そうお考えいただきたいのです。
He could talk a dog out of a meat truck. He was the definition of a shrewd, unfair adult. At this point, I began to think that it was no coincidence that I'd met him.
大石さん、ひょっとして俺に用なんですか？
ねえ、そうですよ。前原圭一さん。
He answered in an absent tone of voice.
何かの事件でミオンを疑っていて、その友人の俺に何か聞きに来た。そういうことですか？
いえいえ、違います。私は園崎ミオンさんの友人と話をしに来たのではなく、前原圭一さんに話をしに来たのです。ご自宅にお伺いしたらご迷惑でしたでしょうからね。
俺に警察が
How do
何の
you
用
know
だって
I
言うんです
was
か？
here? Are you listening to my phone calls? Having realized this faked coincidental meeting had me as its target, my mood immediately turned foul.
そんなに構えなくて大丈夫ですよ。肩を楽にしてちょっと質問に答えてくださるだけでいいんです。
それって職務質問ってやつですか？
偶然知り合ったおじさんとの世間話ってことにしましょう。
That's a chit chat. That's a chit chat. Ochi-san furtherly suggested that I relax. That said, behind his eyes was a light, which I could only see sometimes, that was sharp as a hawk. Big like a rock. So, I'm not sure I can let it go. It's just, you know, I tried in vain to run away. If I tried in vain to run away, he might actually take me in and bring me to an interrogation room or something. That was undoubtedly unpleasant thought.
ゆうべは綿流しのお祭り、盛大で楽しかったですね。
We were roaring. We had a bloody good time. Yeah. Yeah.
はぐらかさないでください。今さら世間話なんかされても。
昨日の綿流しの晩、富武二郎さんと高野美代さんにお会いしませんでしたか？
Here it is. Gulp. I could plainly feel myself give a start.
あれ、写真はどこに行っちゃったかな？ああ。
Shion in the background making throat-slitting motions at each.
あったあった。
He opened a small notebook and removed 2 photographs. Look at this photograph. Sorry.
さあ、どうでしょう。あったような、合わなかったような。
I was asked the same question for a second time today. I gave the same answer for the second time too.
あれ、記憶が曖昧ですか？まさかアルコールが入っててよく覚えてないなんてのはなしにしてくださいよ。
No. Here too, I got the same answer that I had from Mion. I realized he wasn't taking my vague reply well. Well, he asked just, did we see them? And we did see them. Oop. Why is he asking me the same thing Neon did? The dark feelings I had nearly forgotten due to my conversation with Xion came rushing back in a hurry. We snuck into the sacred ritual warehouse, a punishable act. It was on a tiny impulse. While it may not count for much now, I do feel sorry about it.
もう一度お聞きしますよ。
Ah!
ゆうべのお祭りで富武二郎さんと高野美代さんにお会いしませんでしたか？
His tone was soft, but there was a dreadfulness in his voice, clearly different from the first time he asked. I'm scared. That was exactly how I felt.
繰り返し聞かれても、答えはさっきと同じです。
I don't really remember. There wasn't any better answer I could give him. I didn't have the balls to say that I didn't see them, nor the courage to admit I had.
そうですか。
Well, if you saw them, that doesn't mean anything.
改めて聞けば、さっきとは違う答えが返ってくるかなと思いましてね。
I'm too scared to look Oishi-san in the eyes.
では、質問を変えます。ほら、前原さん、リラックス、リラックス。
Relax, relax. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders and squeezed them. As if trying to give me a massage. Please don't. Please. No, 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 no. Mostly just hurt though. Still, why would he ask the same thing as Mion? If he's asking the same things, then the next question must be...
同じく夕べのお祭りなんですが、園崎しおんさんにお会いしませんでしたか？
Clatter, clatter, clatter. I wonder what that sound was, but when I looked down, I saw that it was the unmelted ice cup I was gripping in my hands. Ah! My hands were trembling. It's just a hangover. Hangover. I have a bad hangover. Excuse me. That's why I'm shaking. Realizing that, I hastily put the remaining ice in my mouth and crunched down on it.
すみません。あったかもしれないですけど、ほら、ミオンにもそっくりですから。ミオンと見間違えてるかも。
そんなわけはないでしょう。
What's that face? What's that face? What's that emotion? I don't understand what that emotion is. It's making me uncomfortable. Yeah, that looks like more of a Riz face than threatening face, though neither is really good. This must be what it's like to be deer in the headlights. I want to look away, but I can't. Yeah. It's the first time I experienced just a piercing stare. Piercing stare. Look into my eyes. Okay. Okay. Go back. Go back, please. Go back, please. Eyeliner.
ミオンさんもシオンさんも服装は全然違うんですから。
I was just looking at other versions. Oh. You can change the artwork, yes. Well, this one... Yeah, this one isn't the Steam version. This is from a mod. Ah! Okay, well, this is the most normal out of the three. This is the most normal one. I don't know, this one... My best impression of that. I can't do the same energy. It just looks like me. Okay, let's... Anya's adorable, the bit intimidating. Well, I have no reason to be intimidating. Why would I? Why would I need to be intimidated? Muse and the seals wear completely different
そ
clothing.
う簡単に見間違えるはずはありませんよ。
That's also what Mion said.
前原さん。
His voice was harsh. Harsh, the same as when Mion said it. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. And I realized he could feel it through his hands on my shoulders. Oh no! Oh no, he had his hand on his shoulders and he did the face. That's some kind of psychological scare tactic for sure. And I realized he could... Why? Why are Mion and Oishi-san both asking about last night? Was sneaking into the storehouse so bad? I shouldn't have let Takano-san talk me into it. Tomitake-san casually said to check it out too, so... Even Shion? If she hadn't encouraged me? No, I understood. I was the one most at fault here. I shouldn't have let my curiosity get the better of me. I shouldn't have gone into the forbidden warehouse.
おいさん、蛍の光っす。
A young man wearing a suit came into the lounge. The way he held himself, I knew immediately that he was Oishi-san's subordinate.
ん？あれは本当だ。
Thank
もう
you.
閉館なんですね。
Thank you. I hadn't realized it until he said something. The jingle and the announcement telling patrons the library had closed had started playing without me realizing it. Difficult sentence. I was so irritated, so overwhelmed that I couldn't even hear it.
じゃあ前原君、もうこんな時間なんで私たちは失礼させてもらいます。このお話はもっと時間のある時にのんびりといたしましょう。
This isn't a joke. If I never saw him again, it would be too soon. Oishi-san followed his subordinate and left the lounge behind him. However, he spun back around.
そうそう前原さん。
なんですか？
さっきさせてもらった2つの質問ですが、どちらの回答もよく覚えてないでしたよね。
はい。
参考までに。あなた、昨日全員にお会いしてますよ。4人で楽しそうに歩いてたじゃないですか。石段のところで。私がこの目で見てますから。
Yeah, you should you should have been honest. You should have been honest. What a detestable person. He knew, and he was testing me. That's what they do. That's what they do when they question you. I've watched. If you watched even a little bit like some crime TV shows or something, that's what they do.
ではまた
That's what
お会
they
いしましょ
do.
う。良いお年を。
Thanks. Thanks, I guess. I sat there like a rock. Small rock. Not a big rock. Unmoving until I could no longer hear the clacking sounds of their footsteps. Rocklet. A small pebble. Small pebble. I was on my way back home. The cries of the Higurashi. Also, they they don't say cicadas. They say Higurashi in the text. That's also that's also a choice they've made. Accentuated the already lonely evening. More time had passed than I thought. The orange of the dusky sky was being chased down little by little by an indigo color approaching from the east. Yeah, because it's a specific kind of cicada. There are different species that are related. I think it's sometimes translated as evening cicada. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't mind it though. I was just observing around your colored sky. No, don't chase away my sky. Exhausted from the slow climb towards Hinamizawa, without even noticing, I'd gotten off my bicycle and was pushing it uphill. I don't understand any of this. No one had told me to my face that I've done something wrong. No, in fact, it might have been much easier on me that way. What happened yesterday was my curiosity. It really was no more than a quiet prank. No more than having the courage to cross a red light as long as you did it with other people. A storehouse for ritual implements, hallowed ground, only accessible to the family of the priest. For sure, I'd seen terrifying things that I'd never imagined would be there. Thinking on it now, though, it didn't matter what was stored away inside. It didn't make the wrong that I had committed any more right. What the four of us did, Neon seemed to know about it. For some reason, even the police were trying to learn what the four of us did. Did we do something so bad? Really? It doesn't matter how wrong it was. I did something wrong. It was nothing more than that. And yet, I couldn't accept it. I didn't apologize to Mion or Oishi-san. All I did was shield myself with ambiguities. I did something wrong yesterday. I set foot into a forbidden storehouse for a little bit of mischief. I'll forget everything I saw there. I won't ever do something like that again either. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If I apologize like that, would they forgive me? The suddenly cool evening air left no room for such sentiment. However, as it mercilessly chilled my feet, urging me to head home as soon as possible. In the end, the evening air was correct. If I trudged along such an isolated road, regrets would pile on top of regrets, but nothing would change. Like the same thing with for Umineko, even though that's very easily translated to seagull, yeah. Yeah, it sounds like sea cat, yeah. I need to try out Umineko sometime too. But that's also super duper long. Super duper long. Vampire's Kyuketsuki, which just means bloodsucker demon. Well, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. He did say, I'm sorry, I think in the first part as well. Mere weird village cult stuff violation is not a serious crime, minor trespassing at most. Let's go home. I'll go home, go to my room, put on my favorite music or something and go to bed. That might sound plain and boring, but it's probably the strongest I've felt all day. Now that I've made a decision, there's no point in dawdling in a place like this. I sat back on my bike. I pushed hard on the pedals. I rapidly advanced forward. Steadily, gained speed. The wind was cutting and mercilessly cold, but it actually felt good, as if it were softly punishing me. I didn't eat much dinner before excusing myself early and returning to my bedroom. My mom called me from downstairs.
電話よ。園崎さんから。
Ah, Sonozaki. Was it Mion? No, it was Shion. I just remembered. She had something she wanted to tell me today. Oishi-san had interrupted us, so she didn't get the chance. Shion had said she'd call tonight.
もしもし。シオンか。
どうも。今日は災難でしたね。
She said it so plainly that I got a bit annoyed. She was the one who led me there and
そ
ran.
んなこと言わないでください。私、ケイちゃんに一緒に逃げようってサインを送ったじゃないですか。なのにケイちゃん、ボサーっと残っちゃって。
ボサってことはないだろう。シオンがあっという間に置いてきぼりにしたんで。 あの後俺は大石のおっさんにたっぷり付き合わされたんだぜ。
そんなの私に愚痴られても困ります。
I can't believe she passed it off like that. She just looks just like Mion, and yet inside she's this different. I got a little irritated at myself when I realized I was somewhere in my mind hoping for the same reaction I would get from Mion, even though she's a different person.
ああ、悪かったよ。次からはシオンを置いてくぐらいのつもりで真っ先に逃げ出すようにする。
できればレディーファーストでお願いします。
Jion laughed refreshingly. When I heard her voice, I realized that she wasn't really that angry or anything. It was just as she said. The cause of my temper was because it was my fault for not leaving immediately. I stopped blaming it on others. Blaming it on others would be...
それより俺に何か話があるんだろ。
はい。もしもう知ってるなら改めて言うような話じゃないんです。知ってますか？
She lowered her voice suddenly, as if she were glancing around. I had no idea what I could already know.
悪いけど何のことかさっぱりわからないぞ。ヒントくらい出せ。
ってことは知らないみたいですね。
She seemed to take my stupid-sounding question as evidence. However, her voice didn't sound disappointed or exasperated in the slightest.
実は昨日の綿流しのお祭りの晩なんですけど。
My entire body jolted as I was assailed by a terrible feeling. Is Shion going to ask the same thing?
もしもし、ケイちゃん聞いてます？
ああ、聞いてる。昨日の晩どうしたんだよ。
私たち4人入ったじゃないですか。
She didn't beat around the bush. Whether or not I wanted to admit it, that was the actual honest truth, and I couldn't act like it hadn't
そ
happened.
れでその後みんなで歩いて石段のあたりで私たちみんな別れましたよね。高野さんたちは沢に行ってケイちゃんはその場に残って、私は親類の人たちのところに行っちゃって。
ああ、それがどうした？
お互い質問の返し合いになっちゃうと拉致が開かないんで、私からまず質問します。いいですか？
ゆうべ富武さんと高野さんに会いませんでしたかだろ？
え？はい。あの後あの二人には会いましたか？
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. This is the third time I've been asked this question today. Why? Why? What the hell is going on?
どうしてだよ。だからどうしてそれを俺に聞くんだよ。
ほらほら、ケイちゃん、質問は私からのはずです。答えてください。
シオンはあったのか？シオンが先に答えたら俺も答える。
My shabby response betrayed how scared and small I felt now after everything that had happened today. Shion didn't say anything for a few moments. Just that I was beginning to think that I really put my foot in my mouth with that response. She finally answered me.
もちろん、会ってません。一緒にいた親類が証明できます。
俺だって会ってない。証明って言うならミオンとかレナとかみんながしてくれる。
Now that we knew our answers matched, she let out a sigh that sounded more of relief than anything else.
正直に答えてくれてありがとうございます。じゃあ言いますね。ゆうべ高野さんと富武さんが死んだんだそうです。
ごめん、シオン。今なんて言った？
ゆうべ高野さんと富武さんが死んだんだそうです。 高野さんは焼死体で、
Burned to
富
death.
武さんは自殺みたいな感じで、
Ah.
今朝知ったんです。お父さんが親類の人からの電話で話してるのを聞いて。
Late last night, a police car on its way back from festival security duty had discovered Tomitake-san lying in the middle of the road heading towards Okinomiya. He had clawed out his throat and died.
なんだよ、喉をかきむしっての自殺って。あの明るそうな富武さんが自殺？何かの間違いだろ。
警察がちゃんと検視したんです。自分の爪でガリガリと喉をかきむしって、血管を破いて血をドバドバ出して、自分の血で溺れ死んだんだって。
そんなバカな自殺聞いたことないぞ。自分の喉をかき破るなんておかしすぎる。
Well, you can. You can, but you know, yeah. I realized I was yelling too loudly, so I lowered the voice I was putting into my voice. I didn't want my parents to hear me, so I switched to the cordless phone and ran up to my own room.
大声出してごめん。で、高野さんも自殺なのか？
I wonder if you actually can. I think you could, but it would take a lot of force. Take a lot of force.
高野さんは自殺かどうかちょっと。
Takano-san's body was found in the mountains of Gifu Prefecture. Employees at the rest stop nearby reported to police late that night that they could see flames up in the mountains. That's the will, not strength. Yeah. Yeah. It's a hard thing to think about. The firefighters dispatched there were the first ones to find her. An autopsy concluded that it was the burnt corpse of a half-naked female. They initially considered the body beyond recognition, but directly after there was a request for a dental comparison from the XX Prefectural Police Station in Okinomiya, and the results concluded that it was Mio Takano. The cause of death wasn't confirmed, but it was highly likely to have been a homicide, since she was in her undergarments and her clothes were nowhere in the area.
灯油缶が転がってたそうなんで、焼身自殺の線もあるそうです。
自殺なわけあるものか。同じ死ぬならもっと楽な方法がいくらでもあるだろう。こんなの絶対に自殺なものか。
私だってそう思ってます。富武さんのだって自殺だなんて考えられない。
After the two of us rattled on at each other, there was a silence as we paused to catch our breaths. As we calmed our nerves. Right then, I understood what Shion's story actually meant.
お社様のたたりってことになると思います。私たち、たたられるのに十分な資格がありますから。
資格って、冗談じゃないぞ。別に俺は。
Shion wanted to see it with me. I just went along with her. Oh, don't shift the blame. Don't shift the blame. I tried to say that, but I fell silent. Nothing would come of me blaming others. Good. It didn't matter how much everyone else encouraged me. I could have put my foot down. I lost my own half-assed sense of adventure and agreed to go in with them. Yes, it was my fault and no one else's.
シオン、お前は昨べ細工殿の中に忍び込んだらこうなるかもしれないと予想はついてたのか？
まさか。そりゃ多少はヤバいとは思いましたけど、こんなことになるなんて夢にも思いませんでした。
Sion's words were probably her true feelings. She knew she could get in trouble if we were caught, but it was the thrill of this little adventure. It was the same for me.
それよりもケイちゃん、ちょっとよく考えてください。今年のお社様のたたりはおかしくないですか？
It was already plainly strange, seeing as how Tomitake-san and Takano-san died like that. Given all that, what would possibly be stranger?
2つ見つかったってことです。言いましたよね。例年は1人が死んで1人が消えるんです。2人の死亡が確認されたのは今年が初めてです。
確かにそうかもしれないけど、そんなのは大した問題じゃないだろ
う。いいえ、ケイちゃん、もっと真剣に考えてください。いいですか？2人の死がお社様のたたりということになってるなら、お社様の怒りを鎮めるための生贄もまた2人分必要なはずなんです。
そういう理屈になるのか？じゃあなんだよ。富武さんと高野さんが死んだ陰で今年は2人が行方不明になってるってのか？
I don't understand why, but when I said that, I felt my spine freeze.
まだ誰も行方不明になってないと思います。多分2人が失踪するのはこれからじゃないかと思うんです。
Shion, like me, was obviously getting the same feeling crawling down her back.
これから2人が失踪する。
Shion didn't answer. I couldn't say any more than that either. A chill crept in through my clothes, and I tried to wrap into a fist around my heart. Cold hands feeling about on my chest. You gotta punish all the sinners, yes! Yes! Ah! Neither of us would say anything. Tomitake-san opened the lock, and he died. Takano-san exposed the ritual storehouse, and she died. If 2 more people were to be sacrificed, then they would be none other than the ones who entered with them, none other than us.
まさか冗談だろ。
I wanted so much for her to pass this off as a joke, even now. That, though, was such an incredibly difficult and selfish request. If Tomitake-san and Takano-san had died in a common way like a car accident, I could tell myself it was a coincidence. Instead, he clawed out his own throat, and she burned to death, drowned in oil in the mountains. The 2 deaths were so out of the ordinary that I couldn't possibly dismiss it as a mere coincidence. It was as if, in exchange for sneaking into the ritual storehouse, there must be someone punishing us, some sort of cruel will working behind the scenes. Even so, I still didn't want to accept that terrifying truth. If I did, then I would have to acknowledge that a horrible crisis was growing near for Shion and I. That's why I argued against it. I argued, knowing I was running away.
大地、そんなの新聞に出てないぞ。 そんなに奇怪な事件なら絶対に新聞やテレビで報道するはずだろう。雑誌記者とかだって面白がって大勢来るに決まってる。
マスコミに報道されないのは当然なんです。過去にそうだったから。
And incidents occurred for the third year in a row. There were some third-rate magazines that had sniffed out the story and ran issues full of gossip columns about Hinamizawa. Fearing that the region would develop a negative stigma, they negotiated with the prefecture and the police. Since last year, it became a big conspiracy, where no information about the incidents was allowed to be leaked to the media.
村長とか、あと園崎家出身の金バッジが警察に思いっきり圧力をかけたんだって聞いてます。
じゃあつまり二人の死は秘密裏に処理されてしまったということか。
そういうことです。もちろん警察は捜査をしてますよ。でも秘匿捜査ということなので、捜査活動にはかなりの制限が加えられているそうです。これは事実上の捜査妨害と言えるでしょうね。
The story was unbelievable. People died, and yet they don't publicize it, and dealt with everything in secret.
もっと噛み砕いて言うと、綿流しの夜に誰が死んでも公にはならないということです。
そんなバカな話があってたまるか。
ケイちゃん、私以前にお社様のたたりは村人が起こしてるかもしれないって言いましたよね。つまりそういうことなんです。このひなみ沢では毎年綿流しの夜にお社様のたたりということにして誰かを殺してもいい土壌がいつの間にか作り上げられているんです。
そんなバカなTeacher San wearing cult robes next day in school. Class, time for practical cooking lesson. Keiichi-kun was volunteered. We will also practice augury on his god's waist knot. Want knot? Anatomy class. When someone dies on the night of the Watanagashi. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's the curse. The curse of the EP. I'm done for. Turns into the curse of Uyashiro-sama. The curse turns into several murder incidents. In order to avoid exacerbating the negative stigma surrounding Hinamizawa, those incidents are dealt with in secret.
Bakana!
Bakana!
毎年死者と行方不明者が出るんだろう。いくらマイナスイメージって言ったって警察にも限度があるだろ
う。毎年の事件が不可解って言うなら警察も本腰を入れられるんでしょうけど、何しろ毎年の事件は個別に解決してますので連続事件という形にならないんですよ。たまたま毎年綿流しの晩に不幸なことが起こる。
It just so happens.
それだけのことに。
Most of the criminals responsible for the original dismemberment were arrested. The last one managed to get and stay away, but the events were totally exposed and elucidated, so it was in essence resolved. The dance supporting couple who died in an accident on the second year, that was an accidental death, plain and simple. They made a lot of investigation into the possibility of it having been a homicide, but they didn't turn up anything. It ended up as an accident. It was resolved. On the third year, the priest fell ill and passed away. There were doctors present at the hospital at his deathbed, and they all had trustworthy medical certificates. They even did an autopsy. It concluded that it wasn't a homicide. That was resolved too. On the 4th year, the sister-in-law of the dam-supporting couple was murdered. The criminal was an abnormal man with a history of regular psychostimulant usage. He confessed that he thought Oyarishiro-sama's curse was so interesting he wanted to try it out. As one does. The criminal died of an accident while imprisoned, so this incident was essentially resolved as well. That's right. None of the incidents had any relation to another, and each was independently resolved. Clever!
なのになぜか毎年綿流しの晩に不幸な偶然が起こる。連続事件にしたくても連続にならないんです。それでも毎年必ず誰かが死んで誰かが消えていく。
The story Takano-san told me the other day during the setup. Now that the curse really had occurred this year, I couldn't just laugh it off.
じゃあ俺たちも狙われるっていうのか。毎年一人死ぬと一人が消えるように富武さんや高野さんの道連れに消えさせられるっていうのかよ。
My lips had, at some point, become completely dry, and just saying that was difficult. More Higurashi, yay, yay! Yay! They do cry. Shion didn't respond. Her silence, however, was the clearest form of confirmation she could give me.
俺たち、それは確かに入っちゃいけないところだったかもしれないが。
Well, if someone dies on the same day every year, isn't that a clue in itself? Doesn't the date imply a connection? Maybe they just leave that out in the newspapers, so that they don't know. No one would pay attention too much.
見ただけだぜ。
I don't know.
何かを盗んだり持ち出したり見たことを誰かに喋ったわけじゃないんだぜ。
I was already regretting having committed such a wrong. Even so, was it really so bad that Tomitake-san and Takano-san deserved such cruel deaths?
第一、俺はあんなの見ても全然面白くなかったし、高野さんが見て一人で大喜びしてただけだろ。悪いのは高野さんだけだよ。俺は全然関係ないぜ。興味もないし関係ないし、あの中にあったものだって知ったことじゃない。
I knew saying so wouldn't solve anything. I'm very normal. Very normal. Very normal. I could feel myself, my cold self, in the innermost depths of my heart, disgusted at my pointless howling. However, my emotions had broken through the dam. Damn, you say. Damn, you say. And I couldn't stop them anymore.
俺はもともと興味なんか全然なかったんだ。リカちゃんの演舞を見ていたかっただけなんだ。それをシオンが勝手に連れ出したんじゃないか。あの二人が泥棒しようが合いびきしようがしたことじゃない。そうだよ、そもそもシオンが中に入ろうって言い出したんだ。ケイちゃんは見ておく必要があるとかなんとか思わせぶりなことを言って中に突っ込んだんだ。どうしてくれるんだよ。俺は全然関係ないんだぞ。どうすんだよ。どうすんだよ。どうやって責任を取ってくれるんだよ。
The voice actor sells it so well that I'm like, stop yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. Yes, I'm the wrong. Yes, it was my fault. It was my fault. I clicked. I could have I could have exited from the game. I could have just but I was the one who clicked. Yeah, I clicked. I wanted to see what's gonna happen. And I doomed them. I doomed them. Have you ever played or watched a Steins Gate? I've not played, but I've watched. I'd be interested to read the visual novel sometime too. It looks, I like the art style. But here's the clicker. Yeah, if I just had... Dorsadayo! If we just hit Alt F4, none of this would have happened. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Without any warning, the phone cut off with the soft sound of receiver being slammed down. Shion was just as terrified as I was, and I just said some really self-centered things. Yeah, he was the one. Yeah, he wasn't just ranting and raving to himself, if you can believe it. Opakabe Rintaro's VA is also doing a really good job. Yeah. It should be the same for the game and the anime, yeah. The Steins Gate VN was on sale just a little bit ago, but I didn't get it. And I regret it a little bit. It was like €5. Yeah, yeah. That was not good. Oh, not good. I could try to call out Shion's name for beyond the disconnected phone, but it was too late. What have I done? She was only trying to tell me as much as she could about this thing about to descend upon us. As for me, I could only whine like a child about it. I went to call her back, but then I remembered she lived in Okinomiya. I didn't know her phone number. Since I had declared to Mion that I hadn't seen Shion last night, I couldn't just call Mion and ask her for Shion's phone number. Eh? 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 I was too scared? I'm not sure that's... Well, I'm not sure Mion would be happy if you asked for her number, but... Yeah. She would be like, why? Why do you wanna... Couldn't even call her back. I was stricken with hopeless regret. I returned the receiver to its stand, and I simply prayed that Shion would call me back again. Please, Shion. Calm down. Maybe you're the one you should calm down, I think. Maybe. Might be crazy, but... Ring, 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 ring.
もしもし、前原です。
Calm down. I swept up the receiver as I thought it wouldn't go through if I didn't grab it at that exact moment.
前原さんのお宅でしょうか。夜分遅くに失礼いたします。君吉と申します。
君吉？
ご主人様でいらっしゃいますか？
Was it that? It was the voice of a girl who clearly wasn't Shion. All my hopes rushed out of me.
違いますけど。親父に言おうなら呼んできます。
I went to put the receiver back down, but the caller stopped me hurriedly.
お忙しければ結構なんです。実は恐縮なんですが、うちのおじいちゃんがお邪魔してませんでしょうか。
いえ、誰も来てませんけど。
そうですか。夜分遅くに申し訳ありませんでした。失礼いたします。
Cluck. I don't know who that was, but if Shion tried to call while I was on the phone, I thought bubbling with egotistic anger. Hey, wait. Give it a break, Keiichi Maebara. These are the selfish emotions that made Shion mad at me, aren't they? The more I thought about it, though, the more I thought that Shion had given up hope in the short time since we had our conversation and didn't want to call anymore. Calm yourself, Keiichi Maebara. If Shion does call again, then first apologize in a calm voice. If you do that, Shion should understand. However, no matter how long I waited, the phone didn't ring again that night. Aww. That's too bad. Late night phone call, scrapbook note. Okay. Shave. Okay, you know the drill. I'm gonna get some more water, and then we're gonna read one more chapter. So, get also something to drink for yourself, or something to eat, or stretches. BRB. Just a minute. Hi, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Okay. Hydration. Hydration refilled. My cat still had food in the cup. She tried to be like, food. But there was still some left, so yeah. Hopefully she accepts that. After stream. Okay. Continue. Silly caught. Little silly. Little silly sometimes. But I gave her pats. Many pats. Many. There was no way I'd be able to sleep. When she hung up the phone like that, I realized for the first time what kind of situation I was in, as well as who the only ally who would support me was. I'll get baby Kagushi tonight. I wonder where she'll take me. She wouldn't take me anywhere bad, right? I waited with bated breath for Shion to calm down and call me back. What would I do if the phone rang when I was sound asleep? No matter how long I waited, however, it never rang. Exhausted, whenever my mind started to wander, I would jolt awake as though I heard the phone ring. In the end, I brought the cordless phone with me into my futon. I went to sleep with it in my arms. Though it still didn't amount to anything. Morning came, and by that time I was pretty sure she wasn't calling back. That was when a fierce drowsiness assailed me.
寝ぼけてる場合じゃないぞ、前原圭一。
Yeah, it takes place in the 80s, yeah. Yeah, no smartphones yet. Kids these days taking their phone, spending all night on their phones. They can't sleep. I slapped myself in the face a few times. Then I went to the washroom and washed my face, which was something I usually didn't do. That wasn't enough either, so I even brushed my teeth. You don't usually brush your teeth? Keiichi Maebara. After that, I was finally wide awake. I even brushed my teeth. What? I can't believe it. When when mom saw how strange I was acting, her eyes went wide. My son is brushing her teeth. Oh my god.
どうしたの、ケイイチ。今日はどこかにお出かけでもするの？
うん。学校に。
Huh? あ。
圭一くん、なんだか今日も調子悪そう。やっぱり風邪かな？
風邪じゃなくて寝不足なんだ。寝ぼけてわけのわかんないことを言い出したらフォローよろしくな。
圭一くん、寝ぼけたらどんなこと喋り出すのかな？ちょっと楽しみかも。
I felt utterly shattered, and I still hadn't picked myself back up this morning. And for precisely that reason, Rena's honest smile was a sight for sore eyes.
よ、
Yo!
ケイちゃんにレナ。おはよ
Morning!
あれれみーちゃんもなんだか寝不足な感じだよ。
Mion had gone home early yesterday with a hangover. But she didn't look too good this morning either. She has a chronic hangover. Her usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow.
う。うん。寝たの3時ぐらいだからね。
Ah.
眠い。
3時？昨日に続いてか？おいおい、夜更かしにも限度ってもんがあるぞ。大方漫画の単行本が面白くなっちゃって一巻から読破してしまったんだろ。うんうん、俺にも経験があるぞ。
I choked, trying to shake off my sleepiness. I was trying to be considerate. However, neither Mion nor Rena smiled. In fact, they didn't even pay attention. Rena's expression immediately darkened.
あれひょっとして村長さんのこと？まだ見つかってないの？
うん。
おい、ちょっと待ってくれ。
ちょっと待って。
村長さんが見つかってないって何の話だ？
Even the classroom, which was normally bursting with bright, choking voices, seemed filled with a different sort of murmur today.
おはようございます、ケイチさん。聞きました？なんだか大変なことになりましたわね。
俺はその村長さんって人をよく知らないんだが、ジジイなんだろ？ボケて徘徊してるだけじゃないのか？
村長さんはボケてなんかいませんですわ。お習字も教えるし、剣道も教える、はつらつな方でございますの。
ああ。
僕と同じで、きっとどこかで迷子なのですよ。迷子いいね。はう、お持ち帰り。
Getting lost is only cute because children like Harika do it. A worn out old man getting lost isn't more in the slightest. You don't know, for somebody it might be. For somebody it might be. When my mind entertained dumb thoughts like that, our teacher arrived. Everyone rushed to their seats.
皆さん、おはようございます。
Good morning. The class greeting was normal, but the atmosphere in the room was heavy.
すでに聞いている方もいるかもしれませんが、昨日の夜、村長さんが夜遅くになってもお家に帰ってこなかったのだそうです。皆さんの中で昨日村長さんを見た人はいますか？
One or two hands went up in the silence, and they told her about having seen him. None of it seemed to be vital information, however, and everyone began whispering amongst themselves.
もしも村長さんを見かけた人は大人の人に教えてあげてくださいね。それでは授業を始めます。
After that, the same old lessons began. Ba-dum-ba-dum. Ba-dum-ba-dum. The rumors, once quieted, blossomed in flowers again at lunchtime. I could hear a few different conversations. They were mostly related to the mayor's disappearance. Summing them all up, I came up with this. Yesterday evening, the mayor went to a meeting at the Shrine's Assembly Hall. The meeting ended after the sun had fully set and everyone left. The elder's house was a bit far off from the center of Hinamizawa. It was already late and Hinamizawa doesn't have a lot of lights outside. Nobody saw the mayor after the meeting. However, because he would have been hungry, he wouldn't have taken any side trips. He would have gone straight home. However, no matter how long his family waited, he never returned. Some thought there might have been an accident. They left no stone unturned. They searched from the irrigation channels to the water wells and even in the rice paddies, but they didn't find him. Of course, there was a limit to how far they could search in the middle of the night. The police were going to wait for daylight, then have the young men of the town help search. If after all that they still didn't find him, they were apparently even going to go looking in the mountains. Even now, at this moment, the adults were probably all searching for him. The more they searched in vain, and the more time passed, the only thing that came to mind was the curse. The rumors of Onikakushi, or the demoning away. And he'd become this year's sacrifice to Yashiro-sama's curse, which had recently been occurring every year. That scary possibility which everybody thought about, but nobody could say out loud, was slowly but surely spreading throughout the village. Was he demoned away and offered as a sacrifice to quell Yashiro-sama's anger? My classmates were whispering to each other that the curse didn't happen this year, so there shouldn't have been any sacrifices. I, on the other hand, I knew. The curse did happen this year, and there were 2 people that died. This may sound strange, but I hadn't exactly thought the elder would be the one to go missing. My reason was clear. Shion and I should have been a higher priority than him. The 4 of us were thieves that broke the taboo and set a foot into the sacred ritual storehouse. If Tomitake-san and Takano-san had suffered mysterious deaths, then it should have been my and Shion's turn next.
今度こそ俺かシオンの番なのにな。
I laughed painfully to myself. Did you say that out loud? I'd yelled at Shion over the phone. I didn't want to end up in such a terrifying situation, but now that someone other than me had disappeared, I could only think that I should have been the first to go. Onigafuchi, the bottomless swamp, seemed to have been the place where they drowned sacrifices long ago. Just as it ran through my thoughts, the villagers must have also considered the swamp. Maybe police divers were plumbing its depths even now. They probably wouldn't find anyone. Not a single missing person had ever been found. They'd always suspected Onikafuchi, but not once have they ever turned up a corpse from it. After all, it was a devilish bottomless swamp from which no one who sinks can ever return. I could hear someone telling their friends that in the classroom.
そういえば、サトシさんがいなくなったのも去年の今頃だったね。
Huh? Satoshi? I've heard that name before. He was... Right, he disappeared because of last year's curse. The conversation was happening in the seat next to me, so I could hear it clearly.
サトシさんの時も確かこんな風に村中で探したんじゃなかったっけ？
あれも見つからなかったんだよね。あれって結局どうなったんだっけ？確か鬼隠しじゃなかったんだよね。
うん。貯金を全部下ろして家出しちゃったんだって聞いたよ。警察の人が名古屋駅で新幹線に乗るところを見た人がいるとか言ってたもん。
Ran away, huh? I wasn't that interested in the reason, which seemed understandable in this case. Everyone else who disappeared had their own reasons too. Either they were still on the run because they were criminals, or they were a corpse. Or they were a corpse. Corpse. Corpse that couldn't be found. It's not like any of them suddenly disappeared into the thin air for no reason. But a corpse. Cursed corpse. It's a corpse. But they disappeared. Someone disappeared whenever the corpse took a life, and is it by design? They may have various understandable reasons, but they still disappeared. From that point of view, you really might have been David in a way this time. The mayor's disappearance was the first such incident without a clear reason behind it. Of course, coming to that realization didn't help to resolve anything.
今日は味の加減を間違えちゃったみたいだね。ごめん。
Normally, Rena's lunch would have been devoured immediately. But today, there was still a ton left. That wasn't because Rena's lunch didn't taste good or anything, though.
そんなことありませんのよ。レナさんのお弁当は今日もとっても美味でしたよ。
Satoko dips her chopsticks into Rena's bento box and pulls the bits of food out one after the other.
美味しい。今日も格別でしたよ。あれ、それかぼちゃのコロッケだよ。
Pumpkin croquettes?
大丈夫？レナさんのかぼちゃならとっても美味しいですわ。
Oh, she doesn't like pumpkins. Did Satoko dislike pumpkin? Regardless, she forced herself to smile and shoved more into her mouth. Everyone knew. Nobody's lunch tasted very good today. Satoko kept shoveling down, repeating her remark on how good it was.
そんなにうまいなら俺もいただかないとな。このままじゃ全部サトコに食われちまう。あんま
りにも美味しいので、ぜひケイイチさんにも召し上がってほしいですわね。
たまには俺も年上らしい寛大さを見せないとな。よし、遠慮するな。今日は俺の分まで食ってよし。
うわー。
She really hated pumpkin, didn't she? That made it all the more touching to see Satoko's own brand of generosity. I grabbed her head and started stroking it. Satoko, in a somewhat exaggerated fashion, was bawling, tears streaming down her face.
嘘だよ。そんなにうまいものを譲るほど大人にはなれないよ。レナも食え。俺のは夕べのおでんの残り物だが、おでんは一晩経ってからがうまいんだぜ。
お大根が綺麗な色に透き通ってて美味しそう。じゃあ、いただこうかな。
Rena reached out with her chopsticks, and at last, the usual lunchtime atmosphere began to return. That was only at our desks, however. The dark tales of Oyashiro-sama's curse, which had reoccurred for 5 years in a row, didn't cease. The whole classroom remained stuck in this somber mood. Oyashiro-sama's curse had happened for 5 years straight. Everyone had wanted the previous year to be the last. What was Oyashiro-sama's curse anyway? They were going to build a dam in Hinamizawa. The people building it were bad. So they were cursed. I would admit that much. Still, the dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So why was the curse stubbornly persisting? I hit myself on the cheeks to perk myself back up. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood. I couldn't go straight back to thinking about the curse like that. The damn project! I forced the Crim story out of my head. Driving Oyashiro-sama's curse out of my thoughts was actually a good idea. In the end, I meant I could also be trying away the most terrifying thought of all, that I could be the curse's next target.
しかしミオンは遅いな。あいつのお手洗いってこんなに長いのか？
Mion had said she was going to wash her hands and left, and she hadn't come back yet.
多分どっかでお昼寝してるんだと思う。
Nap?
昨べはきっと遅くまで村長さんを探すお手伝いをしてたんだと思うから。
She smiled wryly and let out a sigh. The day was no good. However much we tried to lighten the mood, things always came back to the mayor. It was just a no good day. I had just transferred here recently, so the shock of a curse happening 5 years running was an unimaginably big one. Maybe I do need to appreciate that.
村長さんはね、ちっちゃかった頃、みーちゃんのことをすごく可愛がってくれたんだって。いたずら盛りのみーちゃんをすごく可愛がってくれたって。
Prankster face?
よく話してたな。
I see. Mior was in shock too. Someone disappearing at all because of a curse was a very scary thing. If the sacrifice was someone you knew, though, then the shock must be 100 times worse. Satoko, if she'd come to the same conclusion, bit her lower lip and looked downward.
そういえばリカちゃんも遅いな。ひょっとしてリカちゃんも仲良くお昼寝か？
リカはそんなに遅くまではお付き合いしませんでしたわ。リカがあくびをしたら皆さんみんなしておやすみなさいませおやすみなさいませって。
Aww, now that she mentioned it, there were a lot of old people rubbing their prayer beads in fervent gratitude towards Rika-chan during the festival too. An image of the indulgent elderly came to mind. Had Rika-chan discovered a way to get herself to be pampered like that?
リカちゃんって何気に年寄りのアイドルだな。
アイドル？
理想の孫娘像ってやつなのか？
There's the music!
そんなの知らない。でもリカちゃんのあくびなら見てみたい。
Stop talking about yawning. It's strong today. Stop! Stop!
お持ち帰り。
Shenanigans are afoot. Yeah, this is what this music represents.
そんなに可愛いとも思いませんけど。
Stop! Stop!
ふわーって喉の奥まで覗けるくらいの大あくびでしたよ。
ぐわーぐわー
リカちゃんの大あくび。は
Rena's handy at times like this. I finally managed a heartfelt laugh. Alright. I'm on day duty today, aren't I? I need to go water the flower garden. The garden is right outside the teacher's lounge too, so they can immediately tell if you don't do it right.
リカちゃんのだけじゃなく、さとこちゃんのも可愛いと思うわ。
Is Rania EP? I've been contracting the yawn from the game. Satoko-chan is cute. Stop! あ、
窒息。ちらっと見えた。可愛いの見えた。さとこちゃんのあくびも可愛い。
Oh no! Run! Satoko! I'll distract her! Run away! Rena was strangling Satoko. Oh no! I don't think that counts as yawning. You know, Rena is... I can't say it out loud, but she's a notorious censored. Isn't she? She's a notorious what? She's a notorious what? Let me see this in alternate art. Sure. What? Oh, how you're this close all of a sudden? Ah! Oh, cute! 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 Ah! I know, there's a lot of... There's so much, how do you say nuance? So much nuance in these expressions. I like them. Hearing Satoko make a weird sound noise like a chicken being strangled was kind of hilarious, and I couldn't help but laugh. At some point, the classroom had erupted into laughter too. Maybe Rena was doing it on purpose. Even if she wasn't, this nonsense was a welcome sight. Anyway, fun's over. I have a feeling what the word is, but I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Anyway, let's go get the flowers while I still have time. Slowly and quietly, lest I destroy the room's newfound peace, I left the classroom. The watering can was hanging up outside the kitchen. This building had originally been an all-male forestry service building, so there was apparently nothing so thoughtful as a garden here before. When they decided to have a school share the space, they built one there as a modest gesture of appreciation. But well, the flower bed, it was a little longer than you'd expect. It went all around. It went all over the place. It was so big one would need to refill the watering can 5 or 6 times to get it all done. I was doing this together with a kid who was also thankfully on duty today. She was in the lowest grade though, and a full size smaller than even Rika-chan. I couldn't make a kid who would struggle just to lift the full watering can help me with this. You were placed on day duty with someone who liked this sort of thing. They'd do it all for you, so it'd be cake.
悪態をついても仕方ないな。諦めて仕事を始めるか。
Watering can in hand, just as I was about to leave the building, the old man from the forestry office addressed me.
兄ちゃん、倉庫裏に菜園があるだろ。だいぶくたびれかけたぞ。あそこにも水をやってあげな。
ああ、カレー菜園ですか。じゃがいもとか人参とか、カレーの具しか栽培してないっていう。
It's never really the personal garden of our curry-loving teacher, but making students responsible for its upkeep is getting them involved in her personal affairs. I couldn't say that to his face though, so I gave up and decided to carry out my day duties. Smart. The sunlight out front was strong. The great chorus of cicadas was strongly underlining how nothing was different today than yesterday. I passed by the classroom, and I don't know how it happened, but Rena and Satoko were in the middle of a huge melee. While I was gone, the kids had arranged all the desks in a circle, forming a ring, while everyone was cheering them on. Yeah, that's how it should be. Once school ended, we would need to return to reality. While talk of the elders' disappearance would once again be all over the place. I just remembered the Rena Nuken meme. Our links are good. What do I put in the Discord? If you could put it in the Discord, that would be more ideal. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking. I wanted everyone to forget about everything and have fun. Just like yesterday, if only while they were at school. In that sense, Satogo's whirling elbow and Rena's backwards flying kick spin made for a pleasant sight. Even if as a result they flipped over my desk. Ah, that's my pencil box! I'll just let it happen today. I set to work hastily, ordering everything, wanting nothing more than to be done as soon as possible. That should about do it. No sooner had I thought than I remembered that I had to water the teacher's carried vegetable garden too.
めんどくさいが、やらないと後でいろいろと不利益なことがありそうな気がする。
Shit post out. Thank you! Thank you. Yeah, the stuff like that easily gets, lost in the chat box and like forgotten. I give up, fill the can with water again and hid it behind the warehouse. This was a place students didn't like to go. It was always damp here, and you couldn't discard the possibility of slugs and pillbugs being around. Oh, that rhymes. Slugs! Slugs and bugs. Ah! Hello. But when I ran across her in a place like that, I was surprised.
Dog!
Huh?
リカちゃんか。驚かせるなよ。
Rika-chan was just standing there like a puppet, devoid of life. I was the only one who was startled here. Rika-chan didn't even seem to react to my appearance.
リカちゃん?
Finally, she noticed me. Her expression was clearly abnormal. There was red under her eyes, stained with tears and dirt. There were blades of grass stuck in her hair too, and her clothes looked as though she'd fall into the ground.
リカちゃん、ひょっとして怪我したのか？転んだとか？
違うのですよ。違うのです。
Rika-chan said in the brightest voice she could manage as she rubbed her eyes. She didn't look anywhere near normal though.
何があったんだ？まさか倉庫の屋根の上で昼寝とかしてて落ちたとか？
僕のことはいいのです。それよりも、圭一に聞きたいことがあるのです。
Huh? Rika-chan walked over and clung to me. At first I thought she was playing a trick on me. Eventually, however, I realized it was so that I wouldn't run from the questions she was about to ask. I shuddered.
俺に、なんだよ。
She looked straight into my eyes. Her upturned eyes bored right into me. It was as though they were trying to pull the answer out of my own eyes without actually asking me the question. It was scary, so I averted my eyes from hers.
圭一、
Yeah?
お祭りの晩に何か悪いことをしましたか？
I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I like this track, yeah, me too. I like the piano notes in the beginning. She learned he didn't brush his teeth. Oh no. My body gave a jolt from its very core. Rika-chan was clinging to me. Might have felt my shiver. A nervous tingle crawled up my feet, and after going up my back and freezing my entire body, it made its way into my brain.
圭一、
Yeah?
本当に覚えはありませんか？
My head began to throb. I don't understand anything. Oh no. Mion asked me. Oishi-san asked me. Shion asked me. Now Rika-chan was asking me. Yeah, when they pull out the negative filter, you know, something's gonna go horrible wrong. I thought nobody knew about what we did last night. But in fact, everyone knew. They all knew, and they came to ask me again and again until I admitted it. When I thought about it, it was pretty clear the whole thing was out in the open. After all, don't Tomitake-san and Takano-san's deaths prove it?
圭一、
How should I respond? I never should have entered the forbidden warehouse, storehouse. And even though I regretted it so much, was she saying it wasn't enough? However, I had all but decided what I was going to say.
俺もそこが悪いからな。悪いことの覚えが多すぎて見当がつかないよ。
Just as I had with the others, I've evaded the question. Rika-chan stared up at me with innocent eyes. Her eyes were so painful that I had to look away. After a few moments of mutual silence, Rika-chan released me.
変なことを聞いてごめんなさいなのです。忘れてくださいなのですよ。
Nano desu, she said, smiling her usual smile. And then tap 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 tap, she went running off as if nothing had happened. As she retreated in silence, I could hear her accusing me.
Rika-chan.
If she didn't hear my voice, then I was going to give up. However, she heard it. Rika-chan swiveled around and waited for me to continue. I was the one who had questions now. Still, asking any of them could just be a half-assed way of admitting what I did.
なあ、リカちゃん。
Silently charged by a small anime girl. When no one would be able to take being judged by Rika. Like, look at her. Like, look at her, she knows. She knows what you did. Everything. Ka-chan.
はいなのです。
If everyone knows anyway, then I should be able to at least ask this, right? Why is everyone asking me about this, about the night of the festival? That evening? Had I done something that wrong? I felt plenty sorry about it. And I only looked anyway. I didn't break anything or steal anything. Really? Still, Tomitake-san and Takano-san, they died so miserably. Since those two had come to such an end, there's obviously no way it would forgive only me. Rika-chan cutely tilted her head in confusion and waited for me to say something. If I were to admit to what happened that night, though, she might suddenly do a 180, as if flipping a switch. That would make sense. Rika-chan was the Shrine Maiden. She was the least likely to forgive me for breaking the taboo, wasn't she? Upon reflection, wouldn't telling her be more terrifying than telling Mion or Oishi-san? Rika-chan could just give up and leave, couldn't she? No, she didn't. She only was quietly waiting for me to say it myself. Say it, Kichimaibara. If you are really sorry, then you should just say so. Of course, it's normal to hesitate given the crazy way Tomitake-san and Takano-san died. A pulping machine called Chaos was grinding up my brain. The juice wrung out of it turned into big droplets of sweat, which began to fall. What a weird image.
Keiichi.
Rika-chan suddenly straightened up, trying to pat me on the head.
ケイイチが何を悩んでいるのか、僕にはよくわからないのです。
I had nothing to say to that. I lowered my head a little so that Rika-chan's palm could reach it. She petted me, kind of like one would a cat.
境内の裏を少し行ったところに大きな倉庫があるのをご存知ですか？西宮殿と言いますです。
My breath literally stopped. Rika-chan, though, wasn't acting in a coercive way at all.
お祭りの晩、その西宮殿に猫さんが入り込んだのだそうです。
A cat snuck into the storehouse.
猫？
はい。猫さんです。
猫さんです。
にゃーにゃーなのです。
にゃーにゃー。I see. Rika-chan knew. She realized I was in fear. I could tell she was desperately trying to choose the right word so she wouldn't scare me.
猫さんは前から西宮殿の中を探検してみたいと思っていました。でも 僕が意地悪をして中を見せてあげなかったのです。なので祭りの夜、猫さんは我慢できなくなって中に入ってみましたのです。
The cat was clearly supposed to be Takano-san. Oh wait, is it supposed to be me?
実は中には猫さんが怖がるものがたくさんあったのです。
Rika-chan made a cute gesture like a ghost. Oh, ghost was coming out to frighten me.
猫さんはびっくり仰天。一目散に逃げ出してガタガタブルブルニャーニャーで大変なのです。
その猫が誰だって言うんだ。
猫さんは猫さんです。
Cat is a cat. What do you mean?
にゃー
Cat
に
is
ゃ
a... Nya, nya. Rika-chan still avoided saying it. The cat, though, was without a doubt me.
リカちゃん、頼む、教えてくれ。その猫さんはこれからどうしたらいい？
Maybe it was a desperate question to ask. I had sort of admitted to being the cat.
猫さんは猫さんですから、にゃーにゃー泣いてるだけで大丈夫ですよ。
Huh? The cat is just a cat.
大丈夫って、そんないい加減な。
にゃーにゃー泣いてるだけではダメなのですか？
Jeez. Rika-chan and I have put together an entire conversation using cat as a code word. I didn't say it directly, but I had already admitted it. I didn't want to end up like those two. I didn't want to be a sacrifice, like Shion said. That's what I thought, so I stubbornly remained silent. But now that's enough.
泣いてるだけじゃダメなんだ。猫さんがいたずら心で忍び込んだのを犬さんが見てたんだよ。
Dog saw the cat.
犬さん。
そうだ、犬さんなんだ。猫さんのところへ代わる代わるやってきて、忍び込んだだろうって問いただしてくるんだ。
After I said that, Rika-chan's expression clouded over. She was trying to hide it, but I already noticed her eyes darkening.
リカちゃん。
The silence was frightening, so I spurred her on. At that point, Rika-chan grinned.
大丈夫ですよ。猫さんは僕が守ってあげます。
Huh? I thought for a moment that I had misheard those words. So dependable they were.
猫さんはとても怖がっていますが、本当はそんなに大変なことではないのです。何匹かの犬さんがきっと勘違いしてるだけなのだと思います。
そんなに大変なことじゃないって。
猫さんの心配しすぎなのです。僕がきっと何とかしてあげますですよ。
Please, Rika-chan will do something about it. I don't even know left from right at the moment, so Rika-chan didn't look all that dependable.
ちょっと大変ですけど、頑張りますですよ。ファイト、オーなのです。
Fight! She clenched her fist and stuck it in the air. Rika-chan said that the cat can just keep meowing. She said to leave it all to her. Is that really all it took to resolve this whole thing?
本当にリカちゃんで大丈夫なのか？
僕が頑張らないと、犬さんも大変なことになってしまうかもしれないのです。
I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about anymore. She had been talking to me under the assumption that I was aware of certain things. So at first I understood her. Around the middle, though, I stopped understanding anything. However, one thing I know was, do not worry and leave it to her. Rika-chan straightened up once again, patted me on the head and smiled. I was so moved by that reassuring feeling that I couldn't help but to start to cry.
猫さんも本当にちょっとしたいたずらのつもりだったんだ。こんなことになるなんて全然。
猫さんは臆病すぎです。だから見せたくなかったのです。
She was right. It was far too shocking for someone to see based on a little bit of interest alone. That's why they made it so difficult to look at in the first place, wasn't it?
リカちゃん、その猫さんはどうなるんだろう。忍び込んだ2匹の猫さんがあの晩に。
It heard Tomitake-san and Takano-san's deaths were being kept a secret. Rika-chan might not have known about it.
富武と高野ですか？
I gave a start at the sudden mention of actual names. Though it's not weird to do that at this point.
忘れると良いのです。
My spine froze again.
忘れる？
はい。あの二人のことを思い出すことは、圭一にとって良くないことなのです。考えれば考えるほど怖くなるだけです。だから早く忘れた方がいいのです。
She said something so enormously terrifying without letting the smile on her face waver at all.
どこで聞いたかわかりませんが、きれいさっぱりお風呂でゴシゴシするみたいに忘れちゃうと良いのですよ。
忘れるって言ったって、リカちゃんは知ってるんだろう。あの二人がどういう死に方を。
どんな死に方をしても、それは圭一とは関係のないことなのです。
Rika declared this in a flat voice. Nothing to do with me. So forget about it. The girl before me, she was innocent and lovable and even seemed trustworthy. But suddenly she took on another dimension. Don't get involved with their deaths. I'll help you, Keiichi. Those two contradictory statements twisted and distorted my image of the girl in front of me.
シオンはあいつはどうなるんだ？
It might have been dangerous to mention Shion's name, but I couldn't stop myself from asking. Rika-chan saw through everything anyway. There was no way I was going to fool her or keep anything from her at this point.
姉妹猫の妹ですか？にゃーにゃー。
にゃーにゃー。
そうだ。妹猫だ。
妹猫。Rika-chan appeared to think upon this for a moment. It was hard for me to endure even this momentary silence.
姉猫は怒ってます。妹猫が悪いことをしたので、とても怒ってます。
姉猫って。
That could only mean Mion. I recall being questioned by her yesterday.
ケイチ。
Yes?
姉猫はとても機嫌が悪いです。しばらくの間、そっとしてあげてほしいなのです。
Not in a good mood. Those words sent shivers down my spine. Mion was mad. She was mad that we entered the ritual storehouse.
今日から部活はなしにしましょう。
なんでだよ。
そっとしてあげてほしいからなのです。
Angry. I keep mixing the damn twins up again. It's it's very easy to mix them up. It's totally understandable. Rika-chan ended her sentence with such force that I couldn't say anything in response. Hey, Kitsumabara. Don't disobey Rika-chan right now. She's the only one who said she'll help me right now. I leave things to her just as she said to. She even said that the cat should just keep meowing. I'll forget everything, like she said. I'll leave everything to her. I'll forget everything about Takano-san and Tomitake-san and what I did that night. Just then we heard a bell, far away, marking the end of our lunch break.
じゃあ校舎に戻ろうか。
ケイチ。
As if she had not noticed, as if she had noticed how miserable I was, about to leave everything to her and flee the scene. Rika-chan called out to stop me.
勘違いの犬さんが猫さんに噛みつこうとしたら知らせてくださいね。
Ah. The misunderstanding dog. She put it in such a cute sounding way, but the true meaning behind those words was an eerie one.
勘違いの犬さんってなんだ。
村長を噛んだ犬さんです。
Dog that bit the mayor?
どうして村長を噛んだのか、僕にはわかりません。噛むなら、いたずら猫さんを先に噛むはずなのにです。
Yeah. Yeah. The flow of blood in my body felt like it completely stopped for a moment. Rika-chan had admitted it. The sacrifices of that terrible calamity. She admitted that if they were to happen again, it would be Shion or I. I didn't know what was true about the girl standing before me. My suspicion gave way to fear and nearly began to change into anger. Was she a savior who would protect me? A stranger trying to capture and kill me for the sake of a horrible tradition? I had no idea what was true.
ごめんなさいなのです。猫さんが怖がっているのに、また怖がるようなことを言ってしまいました。ごめんなさいなのです。
Rika-chan bowed so quickly it looked like her head had been pulled downward. Still, she was right. I was cowering. I could distinctly feel my body shaking violently. But when Rika-chan reached her hand out to pat me on the head, I pulled away without thinking.
ごめん。
Rika-chan made a very sad face, but I just couldn't bring myself to put out my head for her again. Patch, 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 patch. That day, Rika-chan said she wasn't feeling up for cup activities, so she suggested we don't bother. There's always vetoes when someone doesn't feel up to it. Rena and the others seemed really disappointed. The big sister cat is not in a good mood. I remembered Rika-chan's words and quietly stole a glance at Mion's expression. If I could forget the way she questioned me yesterday, though, her behavior was the same as it always was. Back home. After dinner, without the energy to watch TV, I climbed into the futon in my bedroom and let my head be overtaken by gloomy thoughts. I told Rika-chan anything and everything. She had seemed trustworthy at the time, but had that really been the right choice? The more I look back on it, the less I understood about what Rika-chan was saying. Not only did she know about Takano-san and Tomitake-san's deaths, but she spoke of them as she were a concerned party. After all this time in my futon, I began to tremble fiercely. Had I been lured by Rika-chan's sweet smile and told her things I shouldn't have? I should have continued to feign ignorance. I shouldn't have shown her such a weak side of me. My emotions are a mix of regret and fear, and it colored the darkness of the night with an additional layer of terror. This part is taking way longer than the first one, or so I think. I love it. I feel the same way, but hard to say. There was like longer breaks in between the first part's streams, so it's kind of hard to compare. We've been reading this one quite in a quicker pace. I don't know. Suddenly a knock! I might have yapped. That's how surprised I was.
圭一、さっきから呼んでるぞ。電話だ。園崎さんから。
It was Dad. I reached out for the cordless phone through the gap in my door.
園崎さんってどっち？姉？妹？
そんなのは知らん。自分で出て聞きなさい。
I took the receiver and buried myself in my futon again.
もしもし、ミオンか？シオンか？
私です。
シオン！
シオンです。こんばんは。
Hi. Say you're sorry. Calmly. I practically jumped out of bed. It was Shion, who I hoped so desperately would call me back last night.
シオン！ゆうべはすまなかった。つい興奮して。
I heard what sounded like a deep sigh on the other end.
俺もシオンも同じ立場なんだよな。一方的に責めるような言い方をして悪かった。もうしない。謝るから機嫌を直してくれ。
機嫌を直したから電話したんです。後悔したなら許してあげますから、もう謝るのをやめてください。
Shion's tone still sounded a little angry, but for the moment she said she'd forgive me.
ケイちゃんの言うように、私たちは運命共同体なんです。互いの無事の確認が自分たちの安全の唯一の保証なんです。
ああ、それについては同感だ。
だから 私たちは互いの知っている情報を共有する必要があります。高野さんたちみたいな死に方をしないために。
Gulp. I forced myself to swallow a solid drop of saliva.
では、
昨
日の続きを話します。もう怒らないで聞いてくれますよね。
ああ、大丈夫だ。
まず、私たちが思っている以上に、西宮殿に忍び込んだことは禁忌、タブーだったみたいです。
Takano-san and Tomitake-san's miserable ends, terrible enough that you would call them a warning, were more than enough to make me believe that.
犯人たちは、西宮殿を怪我した首謀格のあの二人を殺し、次に私たちを狙います。否定したいでしょうが、これを認めてください。失踪してから認めても、もう遅いんですよ。
分かってるって。用心に越したことはないからな。
私も、本当は認めたくありません。あんな拷問道具の博覧会を覗き見したことが、あんな殺され方をする理由になるなんて、絶対に信じたくない。
That's what a taboo is. For those who honor it, if one breaks the taboo, no matter how small or innocent their intentions were, they wouldn't be forgiven.
互いに何か気になることがあったら報告し合いましょう。互いの持つ小さな断片を合わせていけば、ひょっとすると高野さんたちを殺した、いえ、今年の事件に限らない、
Smart.
過去の連続事件を解決する鍵が見つかるかもしれません。
そうだな。確かにそうだ。
All I was doing was waiting in fear, but Shion had already thought that far ahead. Given how trustworthy she felt, I became embarrassed over how passive I was being.
では、まずは言い出した私からいきます。最近、誰かに監視されているような気がします。と言っても、気のせいかもしれません。でも、一応報告します。今は気のせいだと思っていますけど、もしもケイちゃんも同じように誰かに監視されているように感じるなら、これは気のせいじゃないのかもしれませんから。
そういうことなら安心しろ。少なくとも俺の方は大丈夫だ。
I think. As I spoke with Shion, I thought back on the day. I had no grounds to say that everything was fine.
そうですか。
yeah.
では気のせいということにします。
Had to make sure I read it correct.
ケイちゃんも注意してください。特に一人で表を歩くときは、細心の注意を払ってください。私は沖宮ですから、一人きりになることはそうそうありませんが、ケイちゃんはひなみ沢です。一人ぼっちになることも多いはずです。特に注意してください。
そうだな。ああ、気をつけるよ。
それから、お姉なんですが、何か変わった様子はありませんか？
お姉ってミオンのことか？変わった様子ってどういうことだ？
先日、私、お姉に綿流しの夜の所在について問いただされました。
それは俺もだよ。一昨日かな。ミオンに聞かれた。
やっぱりですか。私は言ってないと答えました。ケイちゃんは？
同じだよ。ごまかした。
綿流しの晩以降、お姉の様子はおかしいです。
It would have been smart to get your story straight from the beginning, but it's already too late for that.
用心に越したことはありませんので、注意してくださいね。
Mia was acting strangely. Aside from her asking about the night of Watanagashi, she hadn't seemed too out of the ordinary. At least from my point of view. Her twin sister, though, was saying she was acting weird. It was such a slight change that a stranger like me wouldn't be able to
わかっ
notice.
た。少し用心するよ。帰り道は必ずレナも一緒だから、二人きりになるってこともそうそうないしな。
はい。
用心してください。気になることがあったら教えてくださいね。
わかった。
うん。
では、ケイちゃんの方では何か私に話すことはありませんか？
My turn. That's right. Maybe I should report on Oishi-san asking me the same question at the library.
ケイちゃんが逃げ遅れたあの時の話ですね。
Too slow to escape.
ああ、大石さんにかなり強い口調で聞かれたよ。あの晩、高野さんたちと一緒にいなかったか、シオンに会わなかったかって。大石さんは俺たちが4人一緒にいたところを見ていたようだった。
警察にしてみれば、高野さんたちが最後に会った人間ということになりますからね。私たちに興味を持つのはある意味当然でしょうね。
Yeah, that's
こっちもご
right.
まかしたけど、かえって興味を持たれたかもしれない。
There's no way I could have tricked the sly fox. Sly old fox, Oishi-san. My troubled countenance would have only made him more certain.
なあ、シオン。警察なら行っちゃってもいいんじゃないのか？むしろ俺たちの状況を思えば、警察を味方につけるのはプラスだと思うぞ。
Xion didn't answer right away. For a few moments, all I could hear was her breathing as she was thought about.
そういえば大石さんはミオンに何らかの嫌疑があるなんて言ってたような気がする。うん、確かにそう言ってた。
昨日も話しました通り、園崎家はひなみ沢に強い影響力を持っています。大石は一連の連続開始事件を園崎本家が中心になった村ぐるみの犯行だと疑っていますから。
園崎家が中心になった村ぐるみの犯行？
Please don't get angry like you did yesterday and just listen. I hammered that home before I got too upset.
ひなみ沢のダム闘争の時、リーダーシップを期待された神主があまりに日和見だったので、園崎本家が首謀閣になって決起したんです。戦いの歴史についてはお姉から聞いてますよね。
ああ、ひなみ沢全体で一丸となって戦ったんだろう。デモをしたり裁判に訴えたりテレビに出たり。
実際はもっともっと過激なこともたくさん行われたんです。園崎本家が水面下でさまざまな違法な抵抗活動を行ったと言われてます。
Tax evasion.
違法な抵抗活動？
例えば夜中に建設現場に忍び込み、機材を盗んだり壊したり、建設重機のガソリンタンクに角砂糖を入れたりとか。
What happens if you put sugar cubes in the gasoline tank? It must not be good, but does it explode?
ガソリンタンクに砂糖？なんでそんなことを？
Stop running.
知らないんですか？戦争中にフランスの地下組織なんかがやった典型的なゲリラ活動ですよ。
Guerrilla tactic.
砂糖を入れるとエンジンが焦げついて壊れちゃ
うんですよ。Engine gets burned out and breaks down. You can always try it yourself. Oh yeah, somebody's random car. I'm sure they won't mind. Well, industrial sabotage is a treat, yeah. That's pretty bad though, isn't it? Was destruction of property and nothing
建
less.
設現場への監視が強化されると、今度は工事の重要な立場にある人間への攻撃に変更されました。 例えば工事を認可した役人たちには様々な脅迫が行われました。それは県庁の役人だけでなく建設省の偉い役人にまで及んだそうです。聞いた話では子供の誘拐までやったとか。
Okay, that's a leap. That's a little leap. That's a little leap.
誘拐？
ええ。建設省のひなみ沢ダムを担当する偉い人の子供が神隠しにあったんですよ。
Spirited away. Spirited away. Not demoned away, spirited away.
ある日突然、ひなみ沢のもっと上流の高津戸の山中で保護されまして。犯行声明はなかったって言われてるんですけど、ダム工事を中止するようにとの脅迫があったのではないかと囁かれています。他にも枚挙にいとまがないほどの脅迫の話があり
ます。それは確かにちょっとやばいな。
That's sort of bad. That's sort of bad.
そんな最中だったんですよ。第一の事件。現場監督のバラバラ殺人があったのは、園崎家が主犯格の男を買収したのではと囁かれてますが、何しろ今日も逃走中ですからね。
When she put it that way, the Sonosaki family definitely seems suspicious.
犯人も口封じで消したんじゃないかって大石は思ってるみたいです。当然ですね。身内である私ですら、園崎本家の暗躍があったのではないかと思ってるくらいですから。
それを俺に信じろってのか？ミオンの園崎本家がそんな悪いことをやってきたと信じろというのか？
ケイちゃんが信じなくても村人たちは信じてます。自分たちが綺麗な抵抗運動をする陰で園崎家が汚い抵抗運動をしてくれた。自分たちの矢面に立って戦ってくれたんだってみんな思ってます。ですからちょっとしたダークヒーローとして崇められているんですよね。
Heroes of Darkness.
私が知っているのは本当に一部だけだと思います。例えば誘拐なんかの特にヤバい話は当主のバッチャーを含めほんの数人しか知らされてないと思います。園崎家は秘密主義ですから。
秘密主義か。
Family so unforthcoming that even Shion, who is related to them, doesn't know everything about them. The Sonosaki family. Unlike Shion, her older twin Mion was deeply involved with everything, and that was not a fun thought to entertain.
そういった違法な抵抗運動の中心として年少ながら活躍したのがお姉でした。
ミオンが？どういうことだよ。
うちのお父さんヤクザの大物ですから。
So it's true. Japan sure loves their anti-heroes. I mean, get worshipping the Yakuza like people worship the mob. But they really do take it to a higher level, true.
年少のお姉でも若い柄の悪いのを何人も従えることができました。で、様々な嫌がらせや妨害をやってのけたんです。
ミオンが。
So yeah, that's why everyone always asks why she has a gun. Yeah, she just doesn't care. She's a gangster.
今はなんだかのんびりした雰囲気だから想像もつかないでしょうが、器物破損から脅迫、暴行まで一通りこなして何度も補導されたんですよ。子供ですからすぐに釈放してもらえたみたいですけどね。 お姉は自分の年齢が武器になることを知ってたみたいです。
May have been indiscreet, but I couldn't help but chuckle dryly. She may have been young, but she was certainly still Mion. Even back then, she had already been known for her craftiness.
笑い事じゃないです。真剣になってください。
悪い。そんなつもりじゃ。
It's a little bit. Shion had gotten pretty angry at me.
そんな不良娘だったお姉もいつの間にかそのだけ本家の重鎮。大石がバラバラ殺人以降の事件を疑いたくなるのもまあ無理ないことです。
For a few moments, I was dumbstruck at the tales of Mion's past. Not with the much the image I had of her. A younger Mion dirtying her hands with all sorts of crimes, giving the damn construction project hell. As the successor to the Sonoshaki main family, she was always right at the center of the vortex of strange incidents occurring year after year. Was that really the Mion I know? Maybe the one I know isn't the real Mion? I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't bring myself to accept these images of Mion I was hearing from another person.
話を戻します。お姉が注意に値する存在であることは理解してもらえたと思います。注意してください。
Sorry, I'm still going. If you want to understand, Mion was a fantastic friend. She would never do something to back me into a corner like that. She did ask me pretty harshly about the night of the festival, but even that, it wasn't like she said it in a mean way or anything.
わかった。気をつけるようにするよ。
私とお姉は血のつながった姉妹ですが、園崎家にあってはまるで格が違うんです。私とはとても遠い存在だということを認識してください。お願いします。
The more Shion tells me about Mion, the less I understand who Mion is. The Mion I know wasn't a dangerous person. She joked around, smiled a lot, and was full of passion. Now that I'd realized I had such a view towards her, Shion was telling me to change it. To be careful around the best friend ever. To doubt her. The idea was very sad and painful.
で、大石の件ですが、ケイちゃんがいいと判断するなら、必要な情報を与えてもいいと思います。やはり警察を味方につけるのは、私たちに有利に働くと思います。
やっぱりシオンもそう思うか？
ただ、今説明した通り、園崎の人間はそもそも警察に睨まれているんです。特に大石は、園崎家が丸ごと連続事件の黒幕だと決めてかかってますからね。それはもちろん私も含めてです。ですから、私はあまり大石には関わりたくないんです。
Once the sister was sent to a private school at first, I think. They probably want the other to be closer tied to Hinamizawa, the family running. The teacher themselves, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I see. If Oishi-san had found out about the Sumisaki's family's strife-filled history, then he probably wouldn't be very happy with Shion either. At last I understood Mion's instinctive dislike for Oishi-san.
どうせバレてはいるんですが、一応私の名前を伏せておいてください。それだけ守ってくれれば、大石には何を話しても問題ないと思います。
わかった。伏せるようにするよ。
警察の捜査力は今の私たちにはとても心強い武器になると思います。 大石が興味深い話をしたら私にも聞かせてくださいね。
ああ、もちろんだ。情報は互いに交換し研究し合おう。高野さんたちを殺したのは誰なのか、そして俺たちを狙うのは誰なのか、それが分かるまで俺たちは自衛しなくてはならない。
あとはありますか？大石に聞かれたこと以外は。身に起こったことはどんな些細なことでも教えてください。
Aside from my discussion with Oishi-san, Rika? Oh. Should I tell her that I revealed everything to Rika-chan? Rika-chan was acting like she knew something I didn't. Gotta go now, it's been fun. Good night, everyone. Good night! Good night, thanks for hanging out. Thank you. She told me to leave it to her. But what? Ah, that's right. When I was talking to her, I mentioned Shion's name too. Was that a mistake? I felt like Shion would get angry.
何もないんですか？ケイちゃん？
I had remained quiet for a little while, so Shion encouraged me to speak, unable to bear the silence. As I struggled with what to say, Shion addressed me instead.
ないようでしたら私から聞きたいんですけど。私もついさっき聞いたんですが、君吉のおじいちゃんが行方不明になったって本当ですか？
The old man Kimiyoshi? My dad told me that was the name of the mayor.
村長さんのことか？なんだシオン、聞いてないのか？
何も知らないです。お父さんが電話でそう話してるのまた盗み聞いただけですから。
I realized I shouldn't have said that. Here in Hinamizawa, the things that happen around this time, when Oyashiro-sama's curse would recur, would all be covered up.
ああ、実はな、昨べ会合の後、家に帰ってこないとかで、ひなみ沢中で大騒ぎになったんだ。村中で探したみたいだけど、まだ見つかったって話は聞かないな。
If there's like something that can be learned from this story is that like it's good to be honest. Like should be honest.
警察も探してるはずなんだけど。
なんでそんな大事な話を先にしてくれなかったんですか？
She shouted angrily at me, bringing all her emotions to bear.
悪い。もう知ってると思ってたんだよ。隠す気なんかなかった。
The receiver was silent. Did Shion get mad again and hang up?
おい、シオン、もしもし？
ケイちゃん、私、どうしよう。
Shion's tiny, confused voice sounded like it belonged to a different person than the one yelling a few seconds ago.
どうした？話せよ。俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ
？But you are. But you are. But you are. Keiichi. Shion hesitated for a long while. But then she confessed.
ごめん。隠すつもりはなかったんです。ちょっと言うのが前後したっていうか。
俺たちは仲間だろ。怒ったりしないから正直に話せよ。
Shion still hesitated for a few moments. Then in a resigned voice she continued.
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
Huh? Shion seemed to think I would yell at her right after she said that, so I heard her, catching her breath. Contrary to what she thought, I was a little relieved. Shion had done the same thing I had when I confessed everything to Rika-chan. So, in as gentle a voice I could, as not to set her off, I responded.
君吉のじいさんってのは、シオンにとって相談できる心安い人なんだろ？
はい。私のことを小さい頃から本当に可愛がってくれて。
Shion felt the same pain as the rest of us from the mayor's disappearance. She had a different kind of strength from Mion. As she continued, her voice sounded really sad and pained.
私、いつも意地悪なことをしてたの。
That sounds...
いつもニコニコと笑って。
That was the same with Mion, right? Rina said it was the same thing with Mion.
私の言うことは何でも聞いてくれて、本当に優しい人だったのに。
落ち着けよ、シオン。別に死んでしまったわけじゃないだろ。そんな簡単に諦めるなよ。
Shion didn't answer. Even as I said it myself, I didn't think we'd ever find the missing mayor again. We probably wouldn't even figure out that he was alive or dead. Shion must have been thinking the same thing.
村長さんに、私、あの晩、最後でに忍び込んだこと、打ち明けたんです。誰かにそれを見られてて、私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
村長さんは高野さんたちがまともじゃない死に方をしたのを知ってるのか？
はい、知っていました。あの二人がお社様のたたりで死んだから、私はその怒りを鎮める生贄にされるんじゃないかって本当に率直に言いました。
ああ、それで
君吉のおじいちゃん怒らなかった。そしてにっこり笑って、シオンちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって本当に笑いながら任せなさい
って。Until Shion stopped sobbing, I was unable to find any words for her. I couldn't imagine what kind of person the mayor was, nor what Shion's relationship with him was like. Words of comfort, however, mean so much to us when we're about to be crushed by anxiety. Today, Rika-chan told me that too. If someone who gave me such sense of security were to disappear, I could guess what kind of shock Shion was in.
私のせいです。私が打ち明けてしまったから。
よせよ、シオン。シオンのせいじゃないよ。
私のせいなんです。私が打ち明けてしまったから。君吉のおじいちゃんが知ってしまったから。だから殺されてしまったに違いないんです。だって打ち明けてすぐなんですよ。打ち明けて大丈夫って言ってくれたその晩に消えてしまった。
He found out, so he became involved.
話すんじゃなかった。これは全部私たち4人の咎だったはず。他人に話してはいけないことだったんです。話したから殺されてしまった。だから殺されてしまった。打ち明けたから殺されてしまった。
おい、待てよ。そんな奴なら打ち明けた村長を殺す前にお前から先に殺すに決まってるじゃないか。
Is that supposed to be comforting? Is that supposed to be?
順番が違うよ。殺されるなら俺かシオンが先。他の奴らが先に死んだりするものか。
順番はあります。私たちを一番最後に殺すつもりに違いないんです。
は？なんだって？
人思いに殺さないで、親しい人たちから順々に殺していって、散々悲しい思いをさせた後に殺す、そういう狙いに違いないんです。
Kind of like a grand finale.
落ち着けって。シオンは今ショックを受けてパニックを起こしてるだけなんだよ。村長の失踪はシオンとは関係ない。無関係だ。高野さんたちの死とも全く関係ないんだ。
Well, what else would it be?
関係あります。絶対にそうなんです。私が話してから殺されてしまった。だから殺されてしまった。打ち上げたから殺されてしまった。
Holy! She repeated the same thing as before, as though she were in a delirium. Despite my trying to consult the crazed Xian, for some reason the shadow at my feet began to freeze. From that shadow, cold arm reached out, so cold it seemed like it would freeze even my heart just by touching me, and it grabbed my ankle. The heat generated by my body, the arm was absorbing it. It was a horrible chill. A freezing cold, numbingly frigid. It was an inviolable chill of fear. When you said that, I thought someone actually grabbed your ankle, but it was just a metaphor. Like, oh! Though I sympathized with Xion, I'd been naive in thinking it was something only she had to worry about. In my head, Xion's eerie words repeated again and again. He was killed because I told him. He was killed because he found out. I confessed everything, so he was killed. Those words echoed through my head like a monotone mantra, and finally, those even repetition took on meaning. The quiet shaking that had already overtaken me turned into a violent shiver that shot up my spine.
リカちゃん！リカちゃんだ！
今、なんて言ったんですか？
俺も、実は、打ち明けたんだ。リカちゃんに、今日！
リカちゃんって、リカちゃまのことですか？
リカちゃま。
フルデ神社のリカちゃま？
そうだよ、リカちゃんだよ。俺も、どうしようもなく不安で、打ち明けたんだ。リカちゃんに。
そうしたら、リカちゃまはなんて。
The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. That's what Rika-chan said, and then she smiled. She smiled just like the missing mayor had when he encouraged Xion.
ごめん、シオン。俺、ちょっとリカちゃんのことが心配になっちゃって。
はい。そんなに心配でしたら、ぜひ電話を。安否を確認してみてください。
そうさせてもらう。
また明日も、このくらいの時間に連絡します。それをもって、私の安否確認としてください。
わかった。待ってる。じゃあな。すまん。切るぞ。
I put down the receiver without waiting for Xion to say goodbye. The danger to Xion and myself was secondary at this point. My sixth sense was blaring alarms in my head. I don't like this feeling. It's really bad. It's definitely bad.
くそ。無事でいてくれ。リカちゃん。
exciting. But I'm sorry to do this, but we're gonna leave this one here. We're gonna find out next time what's gonna happen to Rika-chama. Rika-chama. How is my voice? Well, it's good now, but I can't do anymore. Yeah. The chapters are kind of long. Things ain't looking good, Okeichi. Find out what next time. Yeah, they're not looking too good. They're not looking too good. I'm not sure if next time is the last part or not. But at least second to last. Or last. I'm not sure. But we're getting near the end, I'm sure. I read all of this a few years ago. It's still kind of confusing at times. Yeah, it's not the simplest story there is. But that's what makes it fascinating. It's really well thought up. I was gonna ask for Higurashi karaoke to end it off. Man, not this time. Like also all of the like I know the big picture of how the story goes, but like a lot of the little details I've forgotten about. So like even I don't have all the answers. I'm like I'm not sure if they have changed stuff from the anime. Are you gonna play Silent Hill F? It's written by the same author. I'm really interested, so very likely. But yeah. Most likely gonna continue this one next week, but I'm not sure which day yet, but we're gonna... I did save, right? End of chapter... Yeah. End of chapter 9. Yes. So... Thank you! Thank you for today. It was exciting and fun as always. Thank you. Thank you for the stream. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you for watching. As always, thank you very much. Arriving at the end as usual for me. Well, I appreciate that you game. I appreciate everyone who game, no matter what time it was. Like all of it matters. Like every single one. Every single time you click on my channel, it matters. Yes. Because I couldn't do any of this without if you guys wouldn't click on the channel. Yeah. Well, I could, but you know, it wouldn't be fun. It would be kind of boring. Thanks for the entertainment. Yeah. I was also entertained. But yeah, tomorrow, Portal. There is a little event going on tomorrow. If you Google #RememberPortal, you may find more about it if you wish. Basically, people are gonna try to get as many people as possible playing Portal at the same time to break a record. I'm not affiliated with it in any way. I just saw saw it and it was sounded good, so I'm gonna be streaming Portal. And when's the last I played Portal? And the second one, it's been a couple years at least. Yeah. So let's see how I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to think. I'm gonna have to think. Oh my god. How could I not click? How else would I get to see orange creature making weird troll noises? I thought I was reading. Portals are great games. Just one half of the portals are orange. So that's true. They are. The other one is blue, right? I like blue. Blue is nice. It's a calming color. Yeah. Orange is an energetic color. But yeah, it's gonna be the same time as today. 6 p.m. UTC plus 3. I hope everyone has a really great rest of the evening and also a really, really fun weekend. Do something fun. Yeah. And I hope I see you guys tomorrow. And next week's schedule, I'm gonna post it on Sunday. Yeah. Thanks for the stream. Thank you. So, bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye.